Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Reborn as a slime, demon or savior. Part 1. Time passed quietly, and no one knew exactly how long it had been. In the place that once witnessed the fierce battle between Rimuru and Hinata, a mysterious blue disk suddenly appeared. It floated silently in midair, as if it had been born from nothingness. The blue disk began to expand slowly, as if an invisible force were pushing it. As time went on, it gradually became larger and larger, eventually turning into a complete sphere. The moment the sphere fully formed, a low voice emerged from within. Hiss. My head hurts so much. The voice revealed a hint of pain and confusion. After a brief pause, the voice continued. Wait, wasn't I ambushed by Hinata? How am I here? Could it be? Suddenly, the words came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a tense silence. After a while, the voice sounded again, this time filled with anxiety. Oh no. Master Great Sage, what time is it now? Report. 3 years have passed since that battle between you and Hinata. A sense of foreboding surged into Rimuru's heart like a tide. Her heart rate accelerated suddenly, as if something terrible were about to happen. Without hesitation, she had Great Sage initiate teleportation magic, hoping to return to the Jura Tempest Federation immediately to investigate the situation. However, unexpectedly, the teleportation failed. Rimuru's heart sank, and an unprecedented sense of panic washed over her. She hurriedly tried other methods, but all were in vain. Left with no choice, she could only choose to teleport to the nearest monster cave. At the moment of teleportation, a black figure appeared beside Rimuru like a phantom. Rimuru looked closely and realized it was Soe. Soe was covered in wounds, and his clothes were tattered, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Rimuru-sama, you are still alive, that is wonderful. A hint of surprise and relief revealed itself in Soe's voice. Rimuru's gaze fell upon the wounds on Soe's body, her heart filled with worry. She hurriedly asked, Soe, what happened? What is the matter with these wounds on you? Soe did not answer Rimuru's question immediately. His expression was grave, as if he were contemplating something. After a while, he spoke slowly. Rimuru-sama, it is not safe here. Let us leave first and discuss this in detail at the Lizardmen tribe territory. Although Rimuru did not know the reason for Soe heading to the Lizardmen tribe territory, out of trust for Soe, he chose to follow without hesitation. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Lizardmen tribe territory. Just then, Gabble sped over like a gust of wind, his face filled with anxiety and concern. As soon as he saw Rimuru, Gabble impatiently inquired about his condition and began to pour out a tearful account of the various atrocities committed by the Kingdom of Falmouth against the Jura Tempest Federation. Gabble's tearful complaint was sorrowful, as if it had brought Rimuru back to that moment filled with war and bloodshed. Through his account, Rimuru gradually understood what had happened, how the Kingdom of Falmouth had treacherously launched a surprise attack on the Jura Tempest Federation, and the countless crimes they had committed during the war. As Gabble continued his tearful account, Rimuru's mood grew increasingly heavy. She felt enraged by the actions of the Kingdom of Falmouth, and at the same time, heartbroken for the suffering endured by the Jura Tempest Federation. 3 years ago, Rimuru unfortunately died in Hinata's ambush, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Jura Tempest Federation. At the same time, the Kingdom of Falmouth took advantage of the situation, urgently mobilized an army of 100,000, and aggressively invaded the Jura Tempest Federation. Before the war began, King Edmaris, in order to display his so-called benevolence, made a seemingly generous promise. As long as the Jura Tempest Federation surrendered immediately, he would deal leniently with the residents and warriors of the Jura Tempest Federation. However, Benimaru knew deep down that this was nothing but a complete lie from the enemy. He understood that if they really surrendered, the residents of the Federation would inevitably suffer endless misery. Thus, Benimaru resolutely led the remaining 2,000 warriors who were still capable of fighting and launched a thrilling, desperate resistance. In normal times, these 2,000 brave and fearless warriors would absolutely have the ability to crush this mob of 100,000. But unfortunately, due to the influence of the anti-magic barrier, their strength was greatly restricted. Despite this, Benimaru and his warriors did not back down, fighting bravely. In each fierce battle, they displayed a tenacious and unyielding spirit. However, facing such an overwhelming number of enemies, they were ultimately unable to withstand. After killing 20,000 enemies, these 2,000 warriors were eventually wiped out, none survived. Benamaru, Shion, Shuna, Hakuro, Gobta, and a host of other brave warriors all died heroically in this cruel battle. Kaijin and the others, as well as all the residents of the Jura Tempest Federation, were reduced to slaves of the Kingdom of Falmouth, losing their freedom and dignity. While they were working, even if they showed the slightest sign of fatigue, they would immediately be brutally beaten by the people of the Kingdom of Falmouth. These people from the Kingdom of Falmouth showed no mercy, and the whips in their hands rained down upon them, each strike bringing heart-wrenching pain. However, Vesta, relying on his special status as a minister of the Dwarven Kingdom, successfully escaped back to the Dwarven Kingdom. He anxiously sought help from Gazel Dwargo, pleading with him to send troops to aid the Jura Tempest Federation. However, although Gazel Dwargo felt deep sympathy for the plight of the Jura Tempest Federation, facing the terrifyingly powerful forces of the Western Holy Church, he could only helplessly choose to abandon the rescue. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Bloomond made the same decision. Although this country had some friendship with the Jura Tempest Federation, in the face of immense pressure, they also had to submit. Meanwhile, Carrion was busy declaring war on Clayman and had no time to attend to the fate of the Jura Tempest Federation. Milam Nava had originally intended to help, assisting Carrion in eliminating Clayman, a major threat. However, Guy Crimson worried that if she lost control of her emotions, it could lead to unpredictable consequences, so he firmly stopped her actions. Nowadays, most of the territory of the Jura Tempest Federation has fallen, and only the Lizardmen tribe territory remains unoccupied. The Lizardmen tribe was unwilling to sit and wait for death. They organized their forces, attempting to retake the lost cities. However, due to the existence of the anti-magic barrier, their efforts ultimately ended in failure. Not only did they fail to recover the lost land, but they also suffered heavy losses. Soei's injuries were also sustained in that tragic battle. The tragic state of the Jura Tempest Federation was like a heavy hammer striking Rimaru's heart, causing her endless pain. She listened to the news about the Jura Tempest Federation with an expression of disbelief. Every word felt like a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing her soul. She never imagined that the 3 treaties she had established back then would bring such a huge disaster to the Jura Tempest Federation. These treaties were meant to maintain peace and order, but for some reason, they turned into a demonic curse, pushing the Jura Tempest Federation into an abyss of no return. Rimaru's heart was filled with self-reproach and regret. She kept asking herself, why? Why did it turn out like this? She could not accept this cruel reality, nor could she forgive her own mistakes. After Gabble finished his tearful account, it was as if he had suddenly found a source of strength. His voice no longer trembled but became exceptionally firm. He gazed at Rimaru, hope sparkling in his eyes, and continued, now that you have returned, we firmly believe that as long as we have your leadership, we will definitely be able to defeat the enemy and take back our lost home. My lord, please lead us to reclaim our home. As soon as Gabble finished speaking, Rimaru waved its hand, signaling them to retreat. It slowly closed its eyes, trying to calm its thoughts. However, just then, a powerful resentment surged into Rimaru's body like a raging wave. This resentment was exceptionally intense, appearing like a collection of countless repressed anger and pain. Rimaru's body shuddered violently. Its soul felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible force, beginning to suffer intense erosion. That resentment rampaged deep within its soul, bringing unbearable, excruciating pain. Rimaru gritted its teeth, cold sweat dripping from its forehead, but it did not let out a single groan. It endured the pain, struggling to remain conscious, attempting to use its willpower to resist the onslaught of this resentment. Less than great sage greater than stated. Report, the resentment of the Jura Tempest Federation citizens who died at the hands of the Kingdom of Falmouth is eroding your soul. Attempting to block. Blocking failed. Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Rimaru's face, and it said helplessly, it seems you blame me quite a lot. But it doesn't matter, think whatever you want. Just consider all of this as me atoning for my sins. Just then, a powerful force suddenly surged within Rimaru's body, as if something was struggling desperately to break free from its shackles. This force was less than gluttony greater than. It seemed to have sensed the massive amount of resentment nearby and began to grow restless. Less than gluttony greater than greedily devoured that resentment, each mouthful making its power even stronger. However, even though less than gluttony greater than was constantly devouring the resentment, Rimuru's pain did not diminish in the slightest. Its body felt as if it were being torn apart. The intense pain was almost unbearable. But it still gritted its teeth, enduring the pain, and slowly closed its eyes, hoping to slightly alleviate the torture on its body in this way. Time passed second by second, as if the entire world had frozen, making it impossible to perceive its passage. Finally, after a long wait, Rimuru slowly opened its eyes. However, its demeanor had undergone an earth-shattering change. Originally gentle and kind, it now radiated a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Its gaze became cold and deep, like an endless dark abyss, making one dare not look directly at it. A layer of faint black mist seemed to surround its body, making it appear gloomy and eerie. At this moment, less than great sage greater than stated. Report, less than gluttony greater than has evolved into less than Beelzebub greater than after devouring a large amount of resentment and has acquired the skill less than heartless one greater than. Currently, it is impossible to predict what effect the resentment has had on you. Rimuru heard this and said, if it can't be predicted, then don't predict it. Having said that, it stood up and walked alone toward the Jura Tempest Federation. When it finally arrived at the city gate, it was blocked by a group of soldiers from the kingdom of Falmouth. These soldiers held spears, staring at it with fierce expressions, clearly not intending to let it pass easily. However, Rimuru was not the type to be easily intimidated. It reached out and unsheathed the long sword at its waist without hesitation. Instantly, a jet of black flame erupted from the blade, roaring like a black dragon as it lunged toward those soldiers. The black flames instantly engulfed the soldiers, blocking the way. They were burned to ashes before they could even let out a scream. Rimuru looked at the scene before it with an expressionless face, as if all of this were completely normal. It lightly flicked the long sword in its hand, shaking off the ashes, and then continued walking forward. As it walked, Rimuru suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. It saw that the sky above the Jura Tempest Federation was covered by a massive barrier. That was the anti-magic barrier formed by seals from 4 directions. Rimuru did not think too much and directly released less than Beelzebub greater than, devouring the barrier in an instant. Just as it was preparing to continue moving forward, it suddenly heard the sound of urgent horns. Rimuru could sense that the 20,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Falmouth stationed around the Jura Tempest Federation were surging toward it like a tide. Clearly, they had received news of the enemy attack and were quickly assembling, preparing to deal with this uninvited guest. However, could these 20,000 soldiers really defeat the powerful Rimuru? The answer to this question seemed self-evident. Clearly, it was negative. Time passed second by second, and just 10 minutes later, all the enemy soldiers stationed within the city had been slaughtered. Compared to the panicked Falmouth people, when the residents of the Jura Tempest Federation saw clearly that the newcomer was Rimuru, an uncontrollable wave of excitement surged into their hearts. This legendary great savior had actually descended once again, saving them from the depths of suffering. The residents cheered and jumped for joy, their eyes flashing with the light of hope, as if they had seen a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. At this time, Gabble, who had discovered Rimuru was missing, arrived with the remnants of the Lizardmen tribe. Only then did Rimuru discover that Gabble's scales had turned from purple to black, Trainee's aura had become very eerie, and Soe's pure white horn had turned into pitch-black dual horns. Rimuru realized that absorbing that resentment had also affected them, while the residents of the Jura Tempest Federation had not been affected because they were too far away. However, now was not the time to think about this, because the Kingdom of Falmouth's army would arrive soon. Gabble pleaded with Rimuru with an earnest expression. Lord Rimuru, please allow me to lead my subordinates to scout ahead and clear some obstacles for you. However, Rimuru refused him without hesitation and said firmly, no need, Gabble. I will face those enemies myself and annihilate them all. Gabble looked at Rimuru somewhat unwillingly, secretly thinking to himself that although Lord Rimuru was powerful, it had just been resurrected, and facing the enemy alone might be dangerous. Therefore, he spoke up again. But, Lord Rimuru, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. Let me accompany you. Rimuru smiled slightly, patted Gabble on the shoulder, and comforted him. Rest assured, Gabble. I have enough ability to deal with those enemies. You staying here to guard our home is also an important task. Seeing that Rimuru's mind was made up, Gabble had no choice but to nod helplessly and reply, all right, Lord Rimuru, I will hold my ground here and guard our home. Rimuru turned and left, its steps firm and powerful. When it met the enemy, those people saw that it was just a petite little girl and immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, is this the mastermind behind this riot? A little girl actually came, did they have no one else to rely on? However, just as they were getting carried away, Rimuru suddenly unsheathed the long sword at its waist and instantly released a powerful black flame, less than black flame greater than. The black flames were like a ferocious beast, lunging at the enemies with bared fangs and brandished claws. In an instant, the flames engulfed those who had mocked it. Their laughter came to an abrupt end, replaced by painful wails. It dashed through the crowd like lightning, leaving only balls of black fire in its wake. These flames seemed to possess life, tightly wrapping around its enemies. Those people didn't even have time to react before they were engulfed by the black flames, instantly turning into charred corpses. Terrified screams suddenly erupted from the crowd. They were scared out of their wits by this terrifying scene. Where had these people ever seen such a terrifying monster? Their weapons fell one after another, and they turned to flee desperately. Rimuru watched all of this coldly, with not a shred of pity in its heart. When it saw that these people had completely lost the will to fight, it unhesitatingly unleashed its skill, less than heartless one greater than. As the skill was released, an invisible force spread out like ripples. Wherever this force passed, the soldiers who were still running seemed to have their souls extracted, and they all collapsed to the ground. However, the moment these soldiers collapsed, Rimuru suddenly felt a strong wave of sleepiness hit it. Its eyelids grew heavier and heavier, as if a 1,000-pound burden were pressing down on them, making it difficult to keep its eyes open. At this moment, the voice of the world resounded. Individual name, Rimuru Tempest. Conditions met. Evolution beginning. All monsters within its lineage will receive a blessing. As this sentence ended, all the monsters within the Jura Tempest Federation collapsed to the ground. Only a few stronger monsters were still struggling to hold on, wanting to ensure Rimuru's safety. On Rimuru's side, less than great sage greater than reminded it. Report, there are still some Falmouth people within the Jura Tempest Federation. They will be a security risk to the Jura Tempest Federation. Rimuru indicated that it would find someone to resolve it. Then, Rimuru began to construct a magic circle. After the magic circle was completed, Rimuru said, I summon you using all the corpses here as sacrifices. Come out and serve me, demons. Then all the corpses of the Falmouth people were absorbed by the magic circle, and 3 demons appeared before Rimuru. It commanded, take me back to that city, and then watch over all the humans. If any human dares to act rashly, kill them immediately. The lead demon knelt on one knee, lowered its head, and said respectfully, My lord, we have received your command. Since we have come out now, we have no intention of going back. We implore you to allow us to serve you forever and become your most loyal followers. Rimuru looked at the demons before it with an expressionless face, seemingly unconcerned with their request. It said wearily, we will discuss these things later. Also, do not let anyone approach here. Those who trespass will be killed without mercy. Hearing Rimuru's words, the demons' bodies shuddered slightly, but they soon returned to a respectful posture. They replied in unison, as you command, my lord. We will definitely do our utmost to guard your territory and will never let any enemy have a chance to exploit it. After Rimuru fell unconscious, the demon brought Rimuru back to the Jura Tempest Federation. Only Gabble and Soe were left in the city, struggling to hold on. They collapsed only after seeing that Rimuru was safe. The voice of the world resounded once again. Individual name, Rimuru Tempest. Evolution beginning. Race evolving from slime to demon slime, spiritual life form. Acquired skills. Demon Lord's ambition, resistance to spiritual attack. Skill magic sense has evolved into universal sense. Duplicate has evolved into enhanced duplicate. Sticky steel thread has evolved into universal thread. Body strengthening has evolved into steel body, and super speed regeneration has evolved into infinite regeneration. Just as the voice of the world concluded, Great Sage also began to evolve, but the process was not smooth. She attempted repeatedly, failed repeatedly, and constantly summarized her experiences. Finally, after experiencing hundreds of millions of failures, she sacrificed her partner degenerate, and successfully evolved into the ultimate skill wisdom king. Meanwhile, the spies planted by the Dwarven Kingdom and the Kingdom of Bloomend in the Jura Tempest Federation had returned and informed them that Rimuru had resurrected and slaughtered 20,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Falmouth. Panic ensued within the Kingdom of Bloomend. They feared that Rimuru would hold a grudge against them for not providing assistance and attack them. Gazel Dwargo's attitude, however, was completely different. His heart was filled only with joy and endless guilt. He immediately convened a meeting to discuss how to relate to the Jura Tempest Federation, but to his surprise, most people proposed taking advantage of the fact that the Jura Tempest Federation had not yet recovered to wipe it out. Their reasoning was also quite thorough. We chose to stand by when the Kingdom of Falmouth attacked the Jura Tempest Federation. Now, the Jura Tempest Federation will surely hold a grudge against us. Rather than waiting for them to attack us, it would be better to take the initiative and bring them under our control. Kicking someone while they are down has always been the fine tradition of certain people. Gazel Dwargo was furious upon hearing this. Long before the meeting, he had already decided to restore previous relations with the Jura Tempest Federation and insist on standing with Rimuru against the Western Holy Church. This meeting was meant to be a mere formality. He had not expected anyone to stand up and say such things. He angrily declared, "I believe your conscience has been eaten by dogs. The Jura Tempest Federation is clearly our ally. Yet, before this, we actually failed to go and support them. This was already an act of injustice. I have already been an unjust person once, and I truly do not wish to be one a second time. Furthermore, our nation has always existed in a state of coexistence between humans and monsters. In the eyes of the Western Holy Church, this is simply a thorn in their side. If we cannot unite and resist external enemies together, then no one can predict whether destruction or tomorrow will arrive upon us first. Therefore, right at this moment, I solemnly declare, effective immediately, all relations with the Jura Tempest Federation are restored, which naturally includes the alliance." After speaking, Gazel Dwargo dismissed the meeting, not giving the ministers any chance to refute him. Then, he took the Pegasus Knights and headed toward the Jura Tempest Federation. Within the Kingdom of Bloomend, after repeated persuasion by Fuse, the king finally agreed to hold a meeting with the Jura Tempest Federation. However, what Fuse did not expect was that the king actually ordered Fuse to lead the team. The feeling of suddenly being caught in the crossfire was truly unpleasant. Based on the principle that it is easier to get things done with acquaintances, Fuse also dragged Kabul, Ren, and Guido into the mess. Since the mounts of the Pegasus Knights were Pegasi, Gazel Dwargo arrived over the Jura Tempest Federation first, but was stopped by a demon. The demon asked, "Your journey ends here, this is not a place you can approach." Gazel Dwargo asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of the demon's mouth, and it let out a low, mocking laugh, "Kufufu." Its voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying a hint of chill that made one shudder. "I am a demon personally summoned by the great Lord Rimuru. The demon declared proudly, Lord Rimuru has not yet awakened, and I bear the heavy responsibility of guarding this city." Its gaze swept over the people before it, revealing an aura of majesty and inviolability. According to the last order issued by Lord Rimuru, no one is allowed to trespass here. The demon's tone became serious, therefore, please leave immediately, otherwise. It paused slightly, a flash of ruthlessness appearing in its eyes, I will have to resort to some extreme measures. Listening to the demon's arrogant words, the anger in the heart of the Pegasus Knights captain, Dolph, was instantly ignited. He widened his eyes, his face full of rage, and was just about to rebuke this arrogant demon who didn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, when he was suddenly stopped by Gazel Dwargo from the side. Gazel Dwargo's gaze was like a torch, staring intently at the demon before him, as if observing something. After a moment, he frowned slightly and then turned to Dolph, saying, "Don't be hasty, I feel that this demon is somewhat unusual." Dolph looked at Gazel Dwargo with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he had stopped him. However, Gazel Dwargo did not offer much explanation, he simply waved his hand, signaling Dolph to leave with him. Although Dolph was confused by Gazel Dwargo's actions, he maintained absolute obedience to Gazel Dwargo's judgment. After all, as an experienced warrior, Gazel Dwargo's intuition was often very accurate. Moreover, since this demon was summoned by Rimuru, perhaps it was indeed as Gazel Dwargo said, and there would not be any major issues. After Gazel Dwargo and his people left, the demon sensed that others were trying to break in. The demon turned its head, looking in the direction of the uninvited guests, a clear look of displeasure appearing on its face. As Rimuru unleashed a bloody massacre upon the kingdom of Falmouth's army, Pinim, who was hiding within the ranks, quickly reported the situation in the Jura Tempest Federation to Clayman. However, the moment he finished his report, the connection with Clayman was suddenly severed, as if cut off by some mysterious power. A sense of foreboding welled up in Clayman's heart, and he had a rough guess about Pinim's condition. After all, in such an intense battle environment, anything could happen. In fact, as early as 3 years ago, Clayman had already successfully evolved into an awakened demon lord by absorbing the power of those who died in the kingdom of Falmouth and the Jura Tempest Federation. This evolution had greatly enhanced his strength. If not for this massive increase in power, he likely wouldn't have been able to stand off against Carrion for so long. Now, Clayman was full of confidence in his own strength. He firmly believed that he could defeat Rimuru and bring the Jura Tempest Federation under his command. Thus, he resolutely decided to head to the Jura Tempest Federation alone to realize his ambitions and goals. When he arrived near the Jura Tempest Federation, the demon summoned by Rimuru appeared before him and said, one after another, do you really take this place for a place where you punch in for work? Since this was near the Jura Tempest Federation, Clayman inwardly speculated that this demon was most likely a subordinate of Rimuru. Thinking of this, his anger was instantly ignited, and he roared with a furious expression. You audacious scoundrel! How dare you speak so rudely to this demon lord, Clayman, your future master? This is sheer insolence. If you still have even a shred of sanity, apologize to me immediately. Perhaps, considering your ignorance, I might forgive your transgressions. However, facing Clayman's arrogant and overbearing words, the demon not only showed no fear but instead suddenly erupted into wild laughter. The laughter echoed in the air, as if mocking Clayman with disdain. After the laughter died down, the demon's tone suddenly turned fierce. He glared viciously at Clayman and said, you talk big. Do you really think you're that strong? Fine, at least you are an awakened demon lord, you'll serve as a decent token of loyalty. Clayman, courting death again, said, let me give you a piece of advice, there is no future in following that slime. This sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in the air. The speaker's tone was filled with disdain and arrogance, seemingly harboring deep contempt for that slime. He continued, why not consider me instead? I am an awakened demon lord, possessing immense power and endless wisdom. How could that lowly monster, Rimuru, ever compare to me? His voice revealed an irrepressible sense of superiority, as if he were the master of this world. However, he was completely unaware that he was stepping step by step into the abyss of death. Just as he was spouting his wild words, the demon's fury had already been ignited. Insolent! The demon roared, his voice deafening like thunder. Flames of rage burned in his eyes as he stared fixedly at this guy who didn't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth. How dare a rat like you insult that lord? The demon's voice was filled with majesty and intimidation, chilling one to the bone. Each of his words felt like a heavy hammer striking the other's heart, making it impossible to breathe. But Clayman, instead of restraining himself, doubled down. Is there a problem? He is just a slime, and that's all he'll ever be in this life. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the demon construct multiple magic spells to surround him. He only heard the demon say, pay the price for your stupidity and arrogance, less than shadow magic spear greater than. As the words fell, countless black spears came rushing like meteors. They tore through the void, carrying a sharp momentum and the aura of death, shooting straight at Clayman. Clayman was shocked. Without time to think, he immediately unleashed his life-saving ultimate technique, less than cursed barrier greater than. A layer of black energy shield quickly unfolded before him, wrapping him up tightly. However, this seemingly impenetrable barrier was as fragile as paper under the violent impact of the black spears. In just an instant, the black spears easily pierced through the less than cursed barrier greater than, raining down densely upon Clayman's body. Clayman didn't even have time to let out a scream before being turned into a hedgehog by the countless black spears. His body was instantly stained red with blood, covered in a dense array of wounds, a gruesome sight. However, the demon didn't seem to want Clayman to die so easily. It intentionally left Clayman with one breath. Although Clayman was severely injured, he was, after all, a member of the Deathman race, possessing unique Deathman characteristics. At this critical juncture, Clayman did not hesitate to activate his Deathman ability, instantly transferring his astral body. The astral body is where a Deathman's soul resides. Through this method, Clayman could instantly escape the threat of death. When the demon sensed that Clayman's astral body had been transferred, it was already too late. It watched helplessly as Clayman's body became an empty shell before it, while the real Clayman had long since vanished. The demon was very angry looking at the empty shell before him. He had intended to capture Clayman alive to use as a token of loyalty for becoming Rimuru's subordinate, but now that he had escaped, everything had become meaningless. Within the puppet nation, Clayman, having escaped death, felt a lingering fear. He knew that if that demon hadn't intentionally left him with one breath, he would have been dead and buried. A small character like him, who looked down on everyone, could never have imagined that the demon summoned by Rimuru would be so powerful. After this battle, Clayman understood that he would undoubtedly lose in a direct confrontation. He decided to temporarily put Rimuru aside. After all, he was already fighting Carrion, and adding another enemy was not a good thing. It was just that Clayman, who was always adept at scheming, could never have imagined that he had been schemed against by others, and that his identity had already been exposed. Rimuru would not take this lying down, only destruction awaited Clayman. 2 days later, sunlight shone through the window onto Rimuru's face, and he slowly opened his eyes. After a long coma, he had finally awakened. And before this, the people of the Jura Tempest Federation had already awakened before him. Under Rigurd's leadership, they were beginning to rebuild this dilapidated town. Rimuru struggled to sit up, feeling the weakness and powerlessness in his body. His memory was still stuck at the moment before he fell into a coma. He knew nothing about what had happened over these 2 days. He found Rigurd and talked for a while, learning that everything in the Jura Tempest Federation was fine during his coma. Everyone had been very worried about his condition, and now that they saw him wake up, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, the demon and his 2 subordinates casually tossed the broken, discarded body of Clayman onto the ground and walked over slowly. When they walked up to Rimuru, the demon bowed respectfully and said in an almost sycophantic tone, "Great Lord Rimuru, you have finally awakened." Rimuru heard the voice and slowly lifted his head, his gaze falling upon the demon and his 2 subordinates. However, when he saw the demon, he couldn't recall who this person was for the life of him. Thus, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Who are you?" These 4 simple words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the demon's heart, dealing a full 1,000 points of critical damage. The demon's expression instantly became extremely awkward. He gave 2 dry laughs, trying to hide his embarrassment, and then said, "My lord, you really do love to joke." Just then, he finally remembered the origin of the demon before him. It turned out that he was the very demon he had summoned earlier. Rimuru couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, you're the demon I summoned." Hearing this, the demon's mood, which was already excited from being summoned, instantly became even more agitated. However, what the demon never expected was that Rimuru's next sentence was like a bolt from the blue, dealing him a full 10,000 points of critical damage. Rimuru said expressionlessly, "All right, you can return to the underworld now. Those interested can join 978,867,913. All right, you can go back now." These words struck the demon like a bolt from the blue. He widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief, and his body trembled slightly from the shock. The demon could never have imagined that his sincere request would receive such a cold reply. A surge of despair and helplessness welled up in his heart, his eyes grew moist, and he was on the verge of crying out. However, the demon did not give up. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then said in a trembling voice, "My lord, please take me on as your subordinate. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless and continuous, and I am willing to serve you with all my might." Rimuru looked at the excited demon before him, shook his head helplessly, and explained, "But, as you can see, I am penniless right now, and I have no way to pay a demon the salary they deserve." Upon hearing this, the heavy stone in the demon's heart finally fell. He quickly said, "My lord, you don't need to worry about the salary. My loyalty to you is priceless. Even without pay, or even if I have to pay you myself, I am more than willing." Rimuru was quite surprised by the demon's words. He didn't understand why this demon was so persistent in wanting to follow him. However, since the demon had already said as much, Rimuru found it difficult to refuse again, so he agreed to his request and kept him by his side. He then named him and his subordinates Diablo, Abaddon, and Mas. After naming the three of them, Diablo evolved into a demon peer, and Abaddon and Mas evolved into archdemons. Just then, Diablo pointed at Clayman's body, which had been tossed carelessly on the ground, and said to Rimuru, "Lord Rimuru, this Majin actually dared to invade your territory without permission. He called himself Demon Lord Clayman. Because of my incompetence, I allowed him to escape by transferring his astral body. I am truly sorry, please forgive me, my lord." As he spoke, Diablo bowed his head to Rimuru to express his apology. At this moment, the voice of Wisdom King appeared in Rimuru's mind, calmly stating, "Report, based on the analysis and judgment of the residual energy in this corpse, Demon Lord Clayman has already awakened." Upon hearing this, Rimuru guessed that Clayman had awakened using the souls of the Falmouth soldiers who died 3 years ago and the citizens of the Jura Tempest Federation. Clayman had actually used his people as nourishment to evolve into a demon lord. This was essentially dancing on a minefield. However, this was not the best time to deal with Clayman. After all, there were other important matters that needed to be prioritized. At the very least, he had to deal with the 2,000 people from the Kingdom of Falmouth in the Jura Tempest Federation first. After immigrating, these people relied on the backing of the Kingdom of Falmouth to act tyrannically, oppressing the people of the Jura Tempest Federation. Once Rigurd brought the 2,000 people over, Rimuru, no longer soft-hearted as he once was, ordered all of these Falmouth people to be killed. This action drew cheers from the residents who had long been oppressed by the Falmouth people, as they had been fed up with them for a long time. At this time, Gazel Dwargo arrived again with the Pegasus Knights. This time, they were not blocked, though the people of the Jura Tempest Federation looked at them with some displeasure. After landing, he quickly met with Rimuru, and he also noticed that Rimuru's aura was quite different. "I am very sorry, Rimuru. 3 years ago, due to my fear of the powerful influence of the Western Holy Church, I completely disregarded your safety. This was truly a grave error on my part. Now, I sincerely hope that you can accept my deepest apologies. Furthermore, I want to do everything in my power to help you rebuild the Jura Tempest Federation." Gazel Dwargo apologized with a face full of guilt, but Rimuru remained expressionless. Rimuru's voice was cold and ruthless, as if it could pierce through a person's soul. "Hakuro is dead, did you know that?" Gazel Dwargo clearly did not expect Rimuru to suddenly ask this question, and he appeared a bit at a loss. Rimuru's gaze became increasingly cold. He stared intently at Gazel Dwargo and continued, "You bear some responsibility for Hakuro's death. Because of your failure to help, and also because of my own naivety and stupidity." Gazel Dwargo's face turned pale. He wanted to explain, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by something, and he couldn't say a single word. Rimuru said in a cold and firm tone, "I will definitely repay this grudge 100-fold. Whether you choose to be a coward or join me in seeking revenge, I only have one requirement: don't stand in my way." As he spoke, Rimuru stared intently into Gazel Dwargo's eyes, as if wanting to peer through his pupils to discern his innermost thoughts and stance. Gazel Dwargo felt Rimuru's sharp gaze. He took a deep breath, seemingly having made a certain resolution in his heart. Finally, he spoke slowly, answering in a firm tone, "I will help you, Rimuru. Because our nation is also one where humans and monsters coexist, just like the Jura Tempest Federation you have built. The existence of the Western Holy Church has always been a potential threat to us, they will come for us sooner or later. Therefore, we need to unite all forces that can be united to fight against this common enemy together. When he said this, Gazel Dwargo's voice was resonant and powerful. He slowly extended his right hand, as if it carried the expectations and sincerity of the entire armed nation of Dworgen. Now, I, representing the armed nation of Dworgen, solemnly express our desire to the Jura Tempest Federation. We hope to rebuild our alliance with your country. Gazel Dwargo's words rang out like a great bell, echoing in the air, making it impossible to ignore. Rimuru watched Gazel Dwargo quietly, a flash of contemplation crossing his eyes. Then, he also slowly extended his right hand, his movements appearing somewhat solemn. I, representing the Jura Tempest Federation, hereby accept the proposal of the armed nation of Dworgen and agree to establish an alliance with your country. Rimuru's voice was calm and firm, without the slightest hesitation. When their right hands clasped tightly together, an invisible power seemed to flow between them. This was not just a simple handshake, but a symbol of the re-establishment of ties between the two nations. The heart that Gazel Dwargo had been keeping in suspense finally settled at this moment. He felt Rimuru's will and also saw the possibility of future cooperation between the two countries. On the outskirts of the Jura Tempest Federation, Fuse was leading Cabal and his two companions toward the demon capital, Rimuru. This was an important journey, and they carried a special mission. However, midway through their journey, an unexpected situation occurred. A carriage suddenly appeared before them, but it had broken down. Fuse and his group immediately went to check, discovering that the owner of the carriage was a merchant whose wealth rivaled a nation, named Myormals. Myormals enjoyed a high reputation in the business world, and his wealth and influence were remarkable. Once, Rimuru had saved him from the hands of an upper-tier dragon. Rimuru appreciated his brave actions at the time, and since then, he had become a key partner of the Jura Tempest Federation. Myormals felt grateful to Rimuru and was full of trust in the Jura Tempest Federation. In his interactions with Rimuru, he had intentionally or unintentionally revealed some important information. He told Rimuru that the development of the Jura Tempest Federation had begun to touch upon the interests of the Kingdom of Falmouth, which could trigger potential problems. However, at the time, Rimuru did not pay too much attention to it. She believed that through communication and negotiation, these problems could certainly be solved. She was full of confidence in the future of the Jura Tempest Federation, believing that as long as they maintained an open and cooperative attitude, any potential conflicts could be resolved. The fall of the Jura Tempest Federation brought a huge impact and changes to this land. However, there was one person, Myormals, who felt sympathy for the survivors of the Jura Tempest Federation and knew the modus operandi of the Kingdom of Falmouth well. Myormals used his wealth and connections, through bribery and other means, to successfully insert his confidants into the team of officials responsible for supervising the survivors of the Jura Tempest Federation. These inserted individuals acted in the shadows, quietly providing food and medicine to the survivors of the Jura Tempest Federation to help them get through difficult times. It is no exaggeration to say that without Myormals' efforts and arrangements, the number of deaths among the Jura Tempest Federation survivors over these 3 years would likely have been much higher. While his good deeds could not completely change the fate of the survivors, they at least gave them a glimmer of hope. Just 2 days ago, the person Myormals had inserted suddenly made contact with him. Shockingly, this person told him the astonishing news: Rimuru seemed to have been resurrected. However, after this message, Myormals could no longer make contact with his subordinate. Regarding this sudden news, Myormals felt both excited and worried. He decided to go to the Jura Tempest Federation in person to find out the truth. It was not only to confirm whether Rimuru had truly been resurrected but also to search for his missing subordinate. When Fuse learned of Myormals' plan, he decided to travel to the Jura Tempest Federation together. Fuse understood the purpose of Myormals' trip and knew the potential risks involved. However, he thought that traveling in a larger group would be safer and that they could look out for one another. Just when they were a stone's throw away from their destination, suddenly, a figure dashed over like a gale. This figure was like an arrow released from a bow, rushing straight toward them. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Fuse's nerves instantly tightened. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, tightly locked on the middle-aged man rushing toward them. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, the most prominent one being, this is a well-planned ambush. Without hesitation, he reached out and gripped the sword at his waist. The hilt trembled slightly in his hand, as if it too felt its master's tension and alertness. With a crisp sound of drawing a sword, the cold, gleaming blade leapt from its scabbard, flashing with a chilling light. However, just as Fuse was preparing to engage the enemy, Ren suddenly reached out and grabbed him. This sudden pull made Fuse pause. He turned to look at Ren and saw her shouting with an anxious expression. Guild Master, don't be impulsive. That man is my father. A hint of panic was revealed in Ren's voice. Clearly, she was very worried about Fuse's actions. Upon hearing this, the tension in Fuse's heart eased slightly, but his hand remained tightly gripped on the sword hilt, not daring to relax in the slightest. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had already rushed to them. Although his pace was hasty, he appeared somewhat unsteady, as if he had been running wildly all the way and his stamina had been exhausted. When he finally stopped, his gaze fell directly on Eren, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his eyes. My precious daughter. The man shouted excitedly, then opened his arms and pulled Eren tightly into his embrace. Eren was a bit at a loss from her father's hug, but she still gently patted her father's back and comforted him. Papa, I'm here. The man held Eren for quite a while before letting go. He turned to look at Cabal and Guido, and the expression on his face instantly became serious as he spoke sternly to them. You two, take the young lady back immediately. Cabal and Guido clearly had not expected to be scolded like this. They looked at each other, their faces showing expressions of grievance. Cabal gathered his courage and said, But, Duke, we. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by the man. No buts. Take the young lady back immediately, this is not a place she should be. 2 days ago, the sun was shining brightly, and Cabal and Guido, as usual, punctually reported Eren's situation and the itinerary for the next 2 days to the Duke. Errol sat in his spacious office, listening carefully to their report, with no particular worries in his heart. After all, the great forest of Jura had always been quite peaceful, and nothing unusual had happened. Furthermore, the scouts he had inserted into Rimuru, which was under the control of the Kingdom of Falmouth, had not discovered any issues worth noting. However, just at the moment Cabal and Guido finished their communication, a flustered subordinate rushed into the office. Lord Errol, it's bad. A powerful monster has appeared in Rimuru, and it has already wiped out the entire garrison of the Kingdom of Falmouth. The subordinate's voice carried a hint of terror. Hearing this news, Errol's heart tightened abruptly. Wasn't Rimuru the very place Eren was going to visit these 2 days? The danger Eren might encounter flashed rapidly through his mind, and a strong sense of unease surged into his heart. He stood up immediately, anxiously picked up the communication device on the table, and attempted to re-establish contact with Cabal and Guido. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to contact the two of them, as if they had vanished without a trace. The subordinate on the side added, Lord Errol, also, that powerful monster is not of the Demon Lord seed level. Errol breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If it were not at the level of a Demon Lord seed, Cabal and Guido would have the ability to retreat safely with Eren. Who would have thought that the subordinate's next words would pour a bucket of cold water on him? That powerful monster is not at the level of a Demon Lord seed, but an awakened Demon Lord. Upon hearing this, Errol immediately lost his composure. Both for public and private reasons, he had to go to Rimuru to figure out what that powerful monster's purpose was, and most importantly, he had to bring his daughter back. Time returned to the present. Having received Errol's order, Cabal and Guido had no choice but to say to Eren, Sorry, milady, the Duke has given the order. We should return. But Eren did not respond to them. Instead, she said directly to Errol, Father, I cannot return yet. I still have very important business to attend to here. Absolutely not. The level of danger here has far exceeded your imagination. Errol's voice was exceptionally serious, even carrying a hint of anxiety. Do you know? A brand new Demon Lord has been born here. Eren widened her eyes, looking at Errol in disbelief. She had never seen him demand something of her so firmly, nor had she ever seen him so nervous. She couldn't help but begin to hesitate, not knowing whether she should follow his advice. Harold seemed to sense Aren's hesitation. He took a deep breath and continued, Aren, I know you might think I'm being overly nervous, but this is really no joke. You should be very clear about what the appearance of this new demon lord means. We cannot take risks, even the slightest possibility could lead to irreversible consequences. Aren bit her lip, feeling extremely conflicted. On one hand, she had finally gotten news of Rimuru and wanted to find out the truth. On the other hand, she understood that Harold's worries were not without reason. Faced with this dilemma, she was, for a moment, at a loss. Just as Harold was earnestly trying to persuade Aren to return to the Sorcerer dynasty, a unit riding Pegasi appeared in the sky. The leader among them seemed to have spotted Harold and his group, so they began to descend directly. As for who they were, it was naturally Gazel Dwargo, who had just re-established an alliance with Rimuru. As soon as Gazel Dwargo landed, he said, Yo, isn't this Harold? How come you've decided to come down from the trees? A cold sneer curled Harold's lips as he responded unceremoniously, HMPH, didn't you also run out from that cave yourself? Could it be that your purpose in coming here is any different from mine? I'm afraid you are also here to investigate the situation regarding this newly born awakened demon lord. He paused for a moment, then continued, Sigh, I really can't understand it. You are a ruler of a nation, after all, how can you personally come to do something like this? Unlike us, you can't use an artificial body, so even if you encounter danger, you can't easily escape. By disregarding your own safety like this, don't you care about your country? If something were to happen to you, what would become of your nation? Say whatever you want. Incidentally, I have already re-established an alliance with the new demon lord you speak of, Gazel Dwargo said with an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned about Harold's reaction. Harold's brow furrowed slightly. He clearly hadn't expected Gazel Dwargo to say such a thing. However, before he could ask for clarification, Gazel Dwargo continued, I was just preparing to head back when I saw you. Let me give you some advice. Don't make enemies for yourself. Harold stared intently at Gazel Dwargo, noting that although the other's tone was relaxed, it revealed an unquestionable attitude. Harold pondered the true meaning of Gazel Dwargo's words in his heart, while also thinking about how he should respond. Just then, Harold suddenly caught two key phrases in Gazel Dwargo's words, re-established, and alliance. These two words made his heart tighten, and he immediately realized there must be something going on that he was unaware of. Wait. Harold hurriedly interrupted Gazel Dwargo, an alliance, and re-established at that. Could you please explain clearly what is going on? His voice carried a hint of urgency. He was clearly taking this matter very seriously. Gazel Dwargo did not hide anything and told them about Rimuru's situation. After listening to Gazel Dwargo's description, Harold's mind was like a tangled mess, with various thoughts intertwined. He began to think deeply about how to treat this new demon lord and what measures should be taken to deal with the impending situation. Judging from the information provided by Gazel Dwargo, Rimuru seemed to be a very powerful and determined existence. There was no doubt that Rimuru would surely wage war against the Western nations, this was almost certain. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Harold felt he could not sit idly by and had to take action. However, what exactly should be done? Should he choose to confront Rimuru directly, or try to resolve the issue through diplomatic means? Harold realized that this was an extremely important decision, as the Sorcerer dynasty might also be affected by it. Although the current national strength of the monster country was quite weak and could almost be ignored, the key to the problem lay in the fact that they had a powerful demon lord presiding over them. Moreover, judging from Gazel Dwargo's attitude, they were very likely to join this war later on. The immense national strength of a military superpower, combined with a demon lord of unknown strength, such a combination declaring war on the entire Luminous Church meant the strength of both sides was evenly matched. Consequently, this war would likely end up evolving into a tragic, mutually destructive slaughter. Meanwhile, the terrifyingly powerful Eastern Empire had always harbored ill intentions toward the Great Forest of Jura and the Western nations, eyeing them covetously. Once this war broke out, with various factions fighting each other, it would likely lead to a situation where the snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman reaps the benefit. And the situation of the sorcerer dynasty would also become exceptionally difficult and dangerous. In summary, it would be best if this great war did not happen, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Harold said to Gazel Dwargo, please take me to see that new demon lord right now. This war must absolutely not be fought. As for why he wanted Gazel Dwargo to take him there, it was naturally because it is easier to get things done with an acquaintance, and the success rate would be higher. This war has been inevitable from the moment the kingdom of Falmouth began its invasion. Rimuru's cold and ruthless voice echoed in everyone's ears. Just as everyone, except Gazel Dwargo, was astonished, Rimuru appeared beside them like a ghost. Rimuru's figure was like a phantom, making it impossible for anyone to detect Rimuru's arrival. Rimuru's appearance caused the already tense atmosphere to freeze instantly. Rimuru's gaze was as cold as a frigid star, staring straight at the people before Rimuru, as if trying to see right through them. Harold stared at Rimuru, secretly guessing that Rimuru might be that new demon lord. This war is already unavoidable. Rimuru's voice remained cold, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Harold's heart tightened. He realized that this mysterious figure before him was definitely not a benevolent being. If you want to dissuade me, I advise you to give up on that idea. Rimuru's tone became increasingly stern. The Luminous Church and the Jura Tempest Federation can only have one survive. Rimuru's words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard at everyone's heart. Harold's heart tightened when he saw Rimuru suddenly appear. He knew that this was, in all likelihood, the newly born demon lord. Harold took a deep breath to steady himself, deciding that for the sake of the future of the Sorcerer dynasty and the Western nations, he would bravely attempt to persuade Rimuru to abandon the idea of revenge. Harold stepped forward and spoke to Rimuru in a firm yet gentle tone. You must be that newly born demon lord, Rimuru, right? I have heard quite a bit about your situation. I know that your heart is currently filled with rage toward the Luminous Church and the Kingdom of Falmouth. After all, they did such terrible things to you. However, I sincerely request that you think carefully and consider the stakes involved before taking any action. Fighting the Luminous Church to the bitter end really holds no benefits for you. Such a conflict would only result in massive losses for both sides, potentially leading to a situation where both are left severely damaged. Meanwhile, other factions might seize the opportunity to profit from the situation. Would that not be a case of losing more than you gain? Therefore, please calm down and look at this issue from a more long-term perspective. Perhaps there are other, better solutions that would allow you to vent your anger while avoiding unnecessary losses. After all, rushing into war often brings only destruction and pain. However, Rimuru did not identify with Harold's thoughts in the slightest. So, according to your logic, we should just let go of past hatred and live in harmony with them. There was a hint of anger in Rimuru's voice. I think no one would be foolish enough to believe that the fooled Luminous Church would be willing to violate its own doctrines and abandon their crusade against us. Not to mention the greedy kingdom of Falmouth, how could they possibly allow us to slip out of their control? Rimuru's tone gradually became stern. Why would you think that this war is something I can simply choose not to fight? Although Harold understood that Rimuru might want to find a way to avoid this war, it was clearly unlikely that Rimuru would be able to do so. With no other choice, Harold decided to reveal more information. He took a deep breath, raised his voice, and said, do you think that just because you are a demon lord, you have the power to destroy the Luminous Church? This shout echoed across the empty field, as if it were trying to pierce everyone's eardrums. Harold's voice revealed a hint of provocation and disdain. He did not seem to fear the powerful demon lord before him. However, although Harold's action was somewhat offensive, Rimuru did not show any excessive anger. It simply looked at Harold quietly, as if waiting for its next words. Of course, just because Rimuru was not angry did not mean that others could be so calm. Just as Harold's voice trailed off, a black shadow suddenly appeared before him like lightning. Looking closely, it was none other than Diablo. He radiated a powerful aura, his sharp claws pressed tightly against Harold's eyes. A single careless move would surely result in Harold's eyeballs being gouged out. Diablo's tone was full of menace, and he said viciously to Harold, I will give you one chance to rephrase your words. Be more polite when speaking to Lord Rimuru. Errol's eyes widened, staring intently at the demon that had suddenly appeared before him. His claws gleamed with a cold light, pointing straight at Errol's eyes. If he moved even slightly, Errol's eyeballs would likely be gouged out. Errol marveled inwardly, finally understanding why Rimuru had such great confidence to fight the luminous church to the bitter end. In reality, this was unrelated, as Rimuru was not yet entirely aware of Diablo's strength. As a Grand Duke of the Sorcerer dynasty, Errol naturally knew many things that ordinary people did not. He knew the true nature of the luminous church like the back of his hand and understood what it meant for a truly high-ranking existence to be among the demons. Even a powerhouse like him could not help but feel a chill run up his spine when facing the demon before him. It must be known that both Errol himself and Gazel Dwargo were top-tier powerhouses. Yet, even so, they had not detected the arrival of this demon. It was truly terrifying. Errol was not intimidated by Diablo's threat. His voice remained firm and powerful. The most powerful existence in the luminous church is definitely not that Hinata who killed you before. He looked directly into Diablo's eyes without fear and continued, it is someone else, a demon lord who, like you, has lived through 1,000 years. Her strength is so great that even you would likely be unable to compare to her. Not only that, there is an old guy among the 7 luminaries whose strength is unfathomable, even I know nothing about him. Finally, Errol's tone became serious. Do you truly not care at all about the lives of those demons who follow you? Do you want them to throw away their lives in vain for your revenge? His question struck Rimuru's heart like a heavy hammer. Rimuru stood in place, seemingly hesitating slightly. Its brows furrowed slightly, and its eyes became somewhat lost. Diablo keenly sensed Rimuru's change and asked with concern. Lord Rimuru, you need not worry too much. If you are concerned that the lives of your followers will be threatened by this war, I would be more than happy to help you recruit some powerful subordinates. A few of my old acquaintances would surely be very happy to serve you. However, Rimuru did not respond to Diablo's proposal. Its figure suddenly flashed, and it teleported back into the town, leaving Diablo alone in place, appearing somewhat bewildered, like a leaf in the wind. After returning to the town, Rimuru walked straight to where Rigurd was. Rigurd was busy handling various matters, and when he saw Rimuru approaching, he immediately stopped what he was doing and went up to meet him. Oh, Lord Rimuru, is there something you need me for? Rigurd asked respectfully. Rimuru looked at Rigurd, seemingly having made an important decision, and said in a slightly low voice, Rigurd, go and gather everyone. I have urgent matters to announce. After Rimuru finished giving instructions to Rigurd, the voice of Raphael appeared in her mind. Report. Infinite Prison has been successfully analyzed. Obtained the ultimate skill, Covenant King. Simultaneously, by consuming the remains of the Storm Dragon, obtained the ultimate skill, Storm King. The conditions for releasing Storm Dragon Veldora have been met. Hearing that her first friend in this world had finally broken free from his bonds, Rimuru was clearly happy, and she teleported to the cave where the dragon and the slime had first met. Without hesitation, Rimuru created a strengthened clone, which would become Veldora's new physical body. Immediately after, Rimuru focused her energy and began to release Veldora's soul. The moment the soul was released, a powerful and irrepressible aura surged forth like a torrent. This aura was like a giant beast that had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly breaking free from its chains and revealing itself to the world without reservation. This aura swept across the entire world like a raging storm. Whether it was Gazel Dwargo and his party right before her eyes, or other powerful individuals elsewhere, everyone could clearly feel the existence of this aura. Gazel Dwargo and his party had originally been preparing to leave, but when they felt this aura, they immediately stopped in their tracks and turned to look in the direction from which it came. Their eyes were filled with gravity and shock. Clearly, they found the intensity of this aura unbelievable. Errol took a deep breath and said slowly, as expected. How could a legendary catastrophe-class being die so easily? There must be something suspicious going on. In my opinion, he must have successfully broken through the prison set by that hero and regained his freedom. His words revealed a hint of helplessness and worry, as if he had long anticipated this day would come. Beside him, Vesta heard Errol's words, and his complexion became very grim. He gritted his teeth, and a thin layer of sweat even broke out on his forehead. If Storm Dragon has truly been resurrected, then the kingdom of Bloomond, which borders the great forest of Jura, will be in big trouble. Vesta muttered to himself, his voice filled with anxiety, our country will likely fall into extreme danger. He couldn't help but recall the various legends about Storm Dragon, a creature of immense power and cruelty that had brought endless fear and disaster to the people. In the holy empire of Ruberios, sunlight streamed through the window into an exquisite room. In the center of the room stood an antique tea table, where a female vampire dressed in gorgeous attire sat elegantly, sipping a fragrant cup of hot tea. However, just as she was savoring the tea, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from afar. The female vampire frowned slightly, put down her teacup, and looked displeased in the direction of the aura, the great forest of Jura. HMPH, it really is that lizard, the female vampire muttered to herself, I knew he wouldn't die that easily. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble for me, otherwise. Her words revealed a hint of faint helplessness. Veldora. Hey, I'm coming right away. Shifting the perspective back to the cave, after Veldora's soul was implanted into Rimuru's strengthened clone, the clone's appearance began to change. Soon, a strong, tall, blond man appeared before Rimuru. Veldora opened his eyes, released an even more powerful aura, and shouted loudly. I, Storm Dragon Veldora Tempest, have finally been resurrected. Those who oppose me shall be reduced to ash. Ha 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 ha. Then, he put his arm around Rimuru and said, Rimuru, I know everything about what happened to you. Don't worry, it's just the mere luminous church. I can destroy them with a flick of my finger. Veldora said this confidently, while his face kept moving closer to Rimuru. Seeing this, Rimuru hurriedly reached out and pushed Veldora's face away, then sighed helplessly and said, This matter has nothing to do with you. You have only just regained your freedom, there is no need to provoke the Luminous Church for my sake. Rimuru paused, then continued, The Luminous Church is massive, far beyond our imagination. If you go to fight them, you might be in mortal danger. Hearing Rimuru's words, Veldora was immediately unsettled. Rimuru, oh Rimuru, you actually look down on me like this is truly disappointing. It's just a mere luminous Valentine, what's the big deal? But having said that, this name does sound a bit familiar. He frowned slightly, seemingly trying hard to recall. Luminous Valentine. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Veldora muttered to himself, starting to recall events from the past as he spoke. He slowly sat down cross-legged, rested his hands gently on his knees, closed his eyes, and concentrated. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, extended his right index finger, and began to trace circles continuously above his head. As time ticked by, the memories in Veldora's mind gradually became clear. Ah, I finally remember. So that's it. Once, on a whim, I ran off to the territory ruled by a vampire named Luminous Valentine and caused a huge ruckus. Back then, tons of vampires swarmed at me like a buzzing cloud of mosquitoes, it was incredibly annoying. But fortunately, I managed to defeat them all in the end. And, since the battle was so intense, that place ended up being utterly devastated and unrecognizable. Especially that most magnificent building, it was reduced to mere ruins, not even a scrap remained. It was truly a living hell. Come to think of it, I wonder what kind of relationship this so-called luminous church has with that vampire from back then. Suddenly, a powerful and warm force pulled Rimuru into an embrace. It was Veldora, who had reached out with his thick, powerful arm to wrap around her petite shoulders. With a playful and cunning smile, he whispered to her. Rimuru, since we've already made enemies with the Luminous Church and the Kingdom of Falmouth, how can we just sit and wait for our doom? In my opinion, we should take the initiative and catch them off guard. We'll teach these arrogant fools a harsh lesson with lightning speed, so they clearly understand just what kind of terrifying existence they've provoked. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura radiating from Veldora surged like a volcanic eruption, becoming earth-shattering in the blink of an eye. Far away in Ruberios, Luminous Valentine sneezed loudly without warning, as if someone were silently talking about her behind her back. She frowned slightly, keenly sensing a familiar and powerful aura approaching. It was the aura of Veldora. This aura was more intense and clearer than ever before. Clearly, He had successfully revived and was even stronger than in the past. Luminous Valentine thought to herself. That hateful, stinking lizard, does it really intend to reach its claws toward my territory again after being revived? I absolutely cannot let that happen. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists, a flash of anger and determination in her eyes. Following this, Luminous Valentine turned to look at Roy, who was standing to the side, and commanded in a serious tone. Go find Hinata immediately. I have important matters that need her attention. Remember, you must act with caution and discretion, absolutely no one else must know. The perspective shifts back to the vast, mysterious great forest of Jura. At this moment, Rimuru was listening quietly to Veldora's arrogant yet incredibly confident words, and couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Veldora displayed a look of deep suspicion and confusion. What's wrong? Do you have doubts about whether I possess such great power? Veldora widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Rimuru, as if trying to find a flaw in her expression. He then continued to boast incessantly. Come on. Why don't you step out of this forest and ask around? Is there anyone in this world who hasn't heard the name of the storm dragon Veldora? Even that awe-inspiring big sister and the other equally formidable second sister wouldn't dare underestimate me. Facing Veldora's conceited and long-winded speech, Rimuru did not respond directly, but gently raised her hand and patted his broad, thick shoulder. Then, she spoke slowly. I am not in the slightest bit doubtful of the true power you possess. The reason I couldn't help but smile is simply because I find it precious that you are not only fully supporting my long-awaited revenge plan, but that we also happen to have the exact same strategy for our next move. That's right, in my opinion, we should take the initiative and seize the upper hand. However, before that, I need to trouble you for a favor. Oh, what exactly is it? Hearing this, the previously arrogant Veldora immediately became restrained and asked impatiently. However, Rimuru did not answer his question immediately. Instead, she spoke in an extremely gentle and tactful tone, yet one that made it impossible to resist her firm attitude. I'm not in a rush to tell you about this matter just yet, but you have to promise me first. Although Veldora didn't understand what Rimuru wanted him to agree to, when he gazed into her clear, water-like eyes, which were filled with firmness and determination, an indescribable emotional surge welled up inside him. Ultimately, he nodded, signaling his agreement to Rimuru's request. Seeing this, Rimuru finally heaved a sigh of relief and began to open her heart to Veldora. I want you to protect them, the group of people who have suffered and been tortured because of my incompetence. For these past 3 years, because of my weakness, they have been enslaved and oppressed, living without any dignity. I am simply not qualified to stand by their side as a leader. Over these 3 years, more than 20,000 people have died because of this. I must avenge them, only then will I be worthy of them. Hearing this, Veldora initially wanted to dissuade her, but upon second thought, he realized that no words could shake Rimuru's resolve at this moment. He changed his tone and said, Rimuru, please keep this firmly in your heart. You are by no means fighting alone in this world. The open angle bracket Storm King close angle bracket will surely serve as a bond connecting our souls, binding us tightly together. In the days to come, if you ever feel exhausted or encounter difficulties and setbacks, feel free to return and rest. The great forest of Jura will always serve as your warm and tranquil haven. After Rimuru had gone through great hardships to finally help Veldora be reborn, and having entrusted the Jura Tempest Federation to him with peace of mind, she led this incomparably powerful being back to Tempest. Upon stepping into the temporarily arranged meeting room, she saw that those who could still be considered the leadership were already present, quietly awaiting their return. When Rigard saw that Rimuru was unscathed and safe, the heart that had been hanging in midair finally settled back down with a sense of relief. One had to know that the uproar caused by Veldora's awakening just moments ago was earth-shattering. During this time, everyone had been unable to see Rimuru, and they could not help but feel deeply anxious. Everyone's gaze fell upon the unfamiliar and mysterious blonde man beside Rimuru, a strong sense of curiosity and doubt rising in their hearts. They secretly speculated about who this uninvited guest was, and what kind of relationship he had with Rimuru. Just then, Rimuru broke the silence with an expressionless face. Her voice was calm and firm, as if she had already thought it through thoroughly. I have gathered everyone here today mainly to announce a few things. First, after careful consideration, I have decided to leave the great forest of Jura for a period of time. Before she could finish speaking, Rigard, who was sitting nearby, could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and slammed the table as he stood up. He shouted with an anxious face. Rimuru-sama. How can that be? You are our leader. If even you leave, what are we to do? Are you really going to let this once prosperous forest fall into chaos? However, when he noticed the strange looks from those around him, he immediately realized his previous behavior had been too impulsive. He quickly sat back down in his chair and took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, but his tone remained earnest as he said. Rimuru-sama, please forgive my rudeness just now. It's just that the thought of you potentially leaving us behind to go off on your own made it impossible for me to stay calm. If it is because we have not done well enough and displeased you, please just say so, we will do our best to meet any demand. I only beg you not to abandon us. Even if it costs all of our lives, it would be worth it. Rimuru waved her hand gently, looking at Rigard with a firm gaze, signaling him to stop speaking. After taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. The reason I have chosen to leave the great forest of Jura is actually because there is a matter of utmost importance that I must accomplish. However, it is not convenient to disclose too many details about what that is at the moment. After a brief pause, Rimuru turned her gaze to the figure standing beside her and formally introduced him to everyone. Next, I would like to introduce someone to you all. He and I have reached a special agreement. From today on, he will shoulder the important responsibility of protecting your safety. His name is Veldora Tempest, but speaking of his other identity, surely none of you present will feel unfamiliar with it, right? He is none other than the Storm Dragon. As if to further prove that what Rimuru said was true, Veldora suddenly exuded an incomparably powerful aura. This aura swept through the entire meeting room like surging waves, causing everyone present to be shocked beyond measure. Just then, an unexpected scene occurred. A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the originally empty meeting room. Trainee, the dryad and manager of the great forest of Jura, walked quickly to Veldora, then bowed respectfully to him, saying reverently. I have long heard of the prestige of Lord Storm Dragon Veldora Tempest, and it is truly my honor to see you in person today. I am Trainee, the dryad and manager of the great forest of Jura, and I have come specifically to welcome your return, my lord. I believe that as long as you and Rimuru-sama guard this place together, Tempest will surely be able to achieve its revenge. With the dual confirmation of Rimuru and Trainee, plus the terrifying aura released by Veldora that was as heavy and majestic as a mountain, Rigard and the rest of the monsters present were instantly shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground, expressing their heartfelt admiration and awe for this legendary existence with the most devout and respectful posture. At the same time, an indescribable sense of being moved surged through them like a tide. They had never expected that Rimuru-sama, who seemed weak and petite but was full of wisdom and courage, would step forward so resolutely, risking herself to find the legendary Storm Dragon and negotiate with him. Even more unbelievably, she might have paid an extremely huge and painful price to successfully convince that peerless beast to agree to protect the entire Jura Tempest Federation. Imagined. Immediately following this, after everyone had calmed their excitement slightly, Rimuru began to methodically arrange the aftermath and subsequent development plans following the end of the war. From city construction to resource allocation, from ensuring people's livelihoods to security and defense. Every detail was carefully considered and meticulously arranged. Once everything was properly settled, Rimuru nodded with satisfaction and signaled that everyone could disperse to attend to their respective work, finally bringing the thrilling meeting to a close. After the meeting adjourned, everyone rose one after another to leave the room, but Rimuru did not leave immediately. She sat quietly in her chair, gazing ahead with a slightly dazed look, as if thinking about something important. After a while, Rimuru took a deep breath and then said softly, Diablo, are you there? Although her voice was not loud, it seemed to be able to pierce through the entire space. Just then, the originally calm meeting room suddenly became turbulent. A powerful current of air gathered from all directions, forming a huge black whirlwind. The whirlwind spun rapidly, emitting bursts of whistling sounds that left people in awe. As the whirlwind continued to expand and strengthen, three figures appeared before Rimuru. When the figures became completely clear, it could be seen that it was indeed Diablo and two subordinates. Diablo walked step by step in front of Rimuru, then knelt on one knee, bowed his head to perform a standard, respectful salute to Rimuru, and asked reverently. Rimuru-sama, may I ask what important matter you have to tell me by summoning me? Do you require your subordinate to serve you? You have fought against Clayman before, how much weight do you think he actually carries? Rimuru rested her chin on her left hand and tapped the table gently with her right, as if calculating a massive plan in her mind. Facing Rimuru's inquiry, Diablo answered without hesitation, his tone firm. HMPH. That guy is nothing more than a clown, completely unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as you. His so-called strength is nothing more than using some low-life tactics and playing some inferior tricks. Trash like him can only end up as a stepping stone beneath your feet. Hearing Diablo's assessment, Rimuru slowly stood up, staring at the three people before her with eyes like torches, and solemnly issued the first important mission after they were named. Your mission is to kill the demon lord Clayman, then find the two people, Majoran and Yume, within his territory, and bring them to me alive. In the puppet nation of Gistov, the castle of the demon lord Clayman was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. In the spacious and magnificent living room, Laplace of the moderate Harlequin alliance sat quietly on a luxurious sofa, wearing his comical, grinning mask, but the eyes hidden behind it revealed a gravity that could not be concealed. Meanwhile, Clayman stood by the window, clutching a delicate goblet in his hand and constantly swirling the deep red wine inside. However, he seemed to have no intention of tasting this fine wine. The expression on his face was equally grave, perhaps even worse than Laplace's. Just a short while ago, one of his 5 fingers, Piro, had been easily broken by the recently resurrected Rimuru. Even worse, based on the various clues and intelligence gathered so far, this guy named Rimuru had very likely successfully awakened to become a true demon lord, in the real sense, and its potential danger had increased exponentially. Time passed minute by minute, and the whole room fell into a dead silence. Finally, Laplace could no longer suppress his anxiety and broke the silence first, saying, Clayman, I think we should stop now. The situation has completely spiraled out of control. If this continues, I'm afraid something terrible will happen sooner or later. So, for the coming days, let us handle it. Contrary to his usual cynical and teasing attitude, Laplace looked at Clayman before him with a grave and serious expression. However, faced with Laplace's concern and earnest advice, Clayman responded with an indifferent and even disdainful look. HMPH. Laplace, stop worrying about nothing. Don't worry, everything is under my control. So what if that slime has transformed into a so-called true demon lord? Don't forget that I, too, am a true demon lord. Why don't you say that it is avoiding my edge? Just then, Laplace unexpectedly reverted to his usual giggling, annoying self. Wow, so arrogant, Clayman. Look at yourself, you had to give it your all just to deal with an unawakened carrion tilde. Laplace wore a teasing smile as he continued. And for the past 3 years, fighting against that beast kingdom, your puppet nation has been pressed to the point of suffocation, right? I bet your treasury is almost empty too. If another guy backed by a true demon lord gets involved, he. I'd like to know when you'll finally be finished, ha 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 ha. It must be said that reality is often cruel, and Laplace's words were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Clayman's heart, exposing the pain he was most unwilling to touch. 3 years ago, on the battlefield filled with magical mist, gravel flew, and the ground had long been torn into crisscrossing ravines by the power of the collision. The air was filled with dense magical fluctuations, each strand carrying a heart-stopping sense of oppression. In his Majin form, Clayman was surrounded by pitch-black magical flames. His original human silhouette was wrapped in distorted magic, his eyes glowing with a scarlet light. His aura was as violent as an out-of-control beast, and every attack he unleashed carried world-destroying power, pouring crazily toward Carrion. Carrion's golden fur was already soaked with sweat and dust, his once upright figure now slightly hunched. His face was covered in fine beads of sweat, and a trace of undried blood hung from the corner of his mouth. The huge disparity in power was like an invisible shackle, binding him firmly. The pride of the Beast King he once held so dear appeared so pale and weak under the pressure of Clayman's true demon lord aura. He could only dodge sideways and raise his hands to block in a wretched manner. Every time he took one of Clayman's attacks head-on, a piercing pain shot through his arms, his bones creaked under the unbearable load, the ground beneath his feet shook, and gravel rolled from his side. His passive defensive posture was full of unmistakable wretchedness and struggle. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Clayman's laughter was sharp and arrogant, echoing over the battlefield, mixed with the roar of magic, carrying undisguised contempt and arrogance. Carrion, do you see? This is my power. The absolute power that belongs to a true demon lord. He stepped forward violently, pitch-black magical flame surging in his palm, striking hard against Carrion's blocking arm. Your ridiculous Beast King power is no match for me. Give up struggling and just die obediently. Before the words fell, Clayman's figure suddenly soared into the air. The magic around him condensed into a giant black claw, bringing with it a whistling wind, crashing down toward the top of Carrion's head like a falling meteorite. Carrion's pupils shrank, and he used all his strength to raise his weapon to block, but that violent power instantly broke through his defense. With a loud boom, the violent impact shook the air. Carrion felt as if his chest had been struck by a giant mountain. Blood surged, his throat turned sweet, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. His weapon was also shattered at this moment like glass hit by a stone. His body fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string, kicking up a sky full of dust and gravel, creating a deep pit in the ground. The violent impact made Carrion's vision go black, and dizziness swept over him like a tide. His ears buzzed, and his bones felt as if they had been dismantled and reassembled. The excruciating pain made him almost lose the strength to struggle. He could only lie at the bottom of the pit, breathing with difficulty, his vision beginning to blur. And Clayman, suspended in the air, looked at the wretched Carrion at the bottom of the pit. A cruel smile flashed in his scarlet eyes, and the magic around him condensed again. Pitch-black energy continued to expand in his palm, emitting a deadly aura. He was ready to end this battle once and for all, to completely erase this opponent who once stood on equal footing with him. But just at this critical moment, Clayman's body suddenly stiffened. The condensed magic instantly dissipated, the arrogant smile on his face froze, replaced by full astonishment and confusion. His limbs seemed to be bound by an invisible force, losing all control, just freezing in midair. Even his breathing became labored, and the scarlet in his eyes faded a bit, leaving only undisguised panic. It was this fatal mistake in that instant that allowed Carrion, who had been in a desperate situation, to grasp a chance at survival. The dizziness had not completely faded, but a raging fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Relying on the tenacity and instinct in the Beast King's bones, he suddenly propped up his body. Golden magic surged crazily around him, and his exhausted body seemed to be injected with new power. Without hesitation, he brandished his weapon, that was his sharpest weapon and the embodiment of his Beast King power. A roar that shook the world erupted from his throat, and the majestic golden magic swept out with the roar, turning into a dazzling golden shockwave. It was his signature ultimate move. Open angle bracket beast roar close angle bracket. The golden roaring shockwave carried world-destroying power, breaking through the sky full of dust, and bombarded the frozen Clayman in midair. The magic in the air was violently stirred, emitting a piercing whistle. The reversal of the battle situation happened in the blink of an eye. The aftermath of the battlefield had not yet dissipated, and the lingering charm of the golden magic of the open angle bracket beast roar close angle bracket intertwined with the pitch-black magic of Clayman's Majin form still remained in the air, each strand of aura carrying a heart-stopping sense of oppression. Although Carrion had not yet fully awakened the full power of the Beast King, the power of that open angle bracket beast roar close angle bracket, which used all his strength, had reached a terrifying realm, a power sufficient to make even an existence like Milam Nava, who stood at the pinnacle of the world, feel numb. It was majestic and pure, carrying the violence and majesty in the Beast King's bloodline, as if it could tear the world apart and crush all obstacles. Everyone knew that if Clayman had not been trapped by that sudden loss of control, and if Laplace had not appeared in time to take this fatal blow, even with his true Demon Lord foundation and powerful regeneration ability, he would have had no possibility of escaping unscathed. At best, he would have been seriously injured with his magic scattered. At worst, he would have fallen on the spot, completely ending his ambitious schemes. That scene was branded into Clayman's mind, unable to be erased. The golden roaring shockwave was close at hand. He was frozen in midair, without even the strength to struggle. The shadow of death instantly enveloped his whole body. That kind of helpless fear, that kind of humiliation of being about to be defeated by his arch-rival, gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake. At this moment, his fingertips were tightly gripping a crystal-clear goblet. The dark red wine in the cup had long been shaken by the force of his palm, splashing a few drops on his black robe, blooming into dark traces. Past failures and unwillingness surged wildly in his heart. The accumulated anger finally broke through the shackles of reason. Clayman completely lost control of his emotions. With a crisp crack, the delicate goblet was crushed in his hand. Sharp glass shards cut his palm, and blood dripped down his fingers, mixing with the wine, looking wretched, but he was completely unaware. That's not it. He roared suddenly, his voice hoarse and violent, filled with hysterical anger and unwillingness. The magic around him uncontrollably surged again. The pitch-black aura instantly swept through the entire room. Tables and chairs were overturned by the wind of magic, and the sound of cups and plates breaking rang one after another. That battle was just an accident. A pure accident. His eyes were red, veins bulging on his forehead, staring dead at Laplace in front of him, his tone filled with accusation and resentment. If it weren't for you. If it weren't for you always stopping me, not letting me kill that trash carrion, this war would have ended long ago. I would have already dominated one side and become a true hegemon. His roar echoed in the room, carrying endless malice. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, venting the humiliation and unwillingness in his heart to the fullest. But just as Clayman finished speaking, Laplace, who had been giggling and looking nonchalant, had his expression change instantly. That habitual laziness and teasing disappeared without a trace. His brows were tightly knitted, his face turned pale and grave, his aura became tense instantly, and even his breathing became rapid. He didn't even refute Clayman's accusations, nor did he care about his out-of-control appearance. He just took a sudden step forward, lowered his voice, his tone filled with unprecedented tension and urgency, even mixed with a trace of imperceptible fear, and shouted at Clayman. Clayman, run. Run quickly. Don't look back. Don't care about anything, just run. His voice carried undeniable urgency, his eyes full of panic, his gaze sweeping quickly across the room, as if something extremely terrifying was approaching rapidly. That kind of deep-seated sense of crisis made him unable to even explain, and he could only try his best to urge Clayman to escape. The air in the room solidified instantly. Clayman's roar stopped abruptly. The rage and resentment on his face were instantly replaced by astonishment at Laplace's sudden reaction. He could clearly feel the fear in Laplace, a kind of panic he had never even felt when facing a true demon lord level opponent, which was enough to show that the upcoming danger was far more fatal than Carrion's beast roar. Following Laplace's panicked, distorted roar, the air suddenly froze into ice. Even the magicules drifting in the surroundings seemed to be gripped by an invisible force, emitting a faint buzzing sound. An ink-colored figure appeared out of thin air without warning. There was no fluctuation of aura, it was as if he had grown from the cracks in the shadows. Black mist swirled around him, and wherever it passed, the gravel on the ground corroded with a sizzling sound. Even the light was swallowed, leaving only a heart-palpitating darkness. The newcomer stood tall, his scarlet eyes gleaming with a cold light in the dimness, a playful arc playing at the corner of his mouth. It was none other than Diablo, the primordial demon sent specifically by Rimuru to take Clayman's life. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Laplace before landing on the shivering Clayman behind him. His voice was low and magnetic, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness, like ice beads falling onto a jade plate. Every word was imbued with overwhelming arrogance. Interesting. To detect my presence so easily, it seems this place isn't entirely filled with trash like Clayman. Before the words faded, the magicules around Laplace surged instantly. Deep blue magic power erupted like a boiling tide, causing the ground beneath him to crack into spiderweb-like fissures. He flashed forward, blocking in front of Clayman without hesitation. His back was taut like a fully drawn bow, and his hands had already condensed into sharp magic blades. His knuckles were white from the effort, and his voice was extremely low, heavy with undisguised gravity and urgency, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. Clayman, run first. I'll hold him off. This demon is no simple matter. You definitely cannot contend with him. There was a trace of imperceptible trembling in Laplace's voice, not from fear, but because he clearly perceived that the aura emanating from the demon before him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It was a kind of dead silence and oppression that had been tempered by countless slaughters over a millennium. It felt as if Diablo could crush him instantly with a single finger. He dared not be the least bit careless. His future sight ability was activated quietly, attempting to predict every one of Diablo's movements. But as far as his vision could reach, there was only the boundless black mist and Diablo's unfathomable eyes. He could not capture any trajectory of the future. This sense of powerlessness caused a trace of panic to rise in his heart for the first time. Hearing Laplace's urgent warning, Clayman stiffened. In his mind, the scene from not long ago flashed. The same dim setting, the same demon in the black robe. With just a single move, he had torn Clayman's prized magic barrier to shreds. The despair of being crushed by absolute power was still branded deep within his soul. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The sweat rolled down his cheeks and dripped onto his collar, blooming into dark stains. Even his teeth chattered uncontrollably, and his legs went weak, almost unable to support his own body. He subconsciously took a step back, his hands clutching his lapels tightly, his fingertips turning blue from the effort, his eyes filled with extreme fear and panic. Last time, he had barely escaped with his life by transferring his astral body in advance. But this time, the aura around Diablo was more condensed than before, and the killing intent in his eyes was even more intense. He was clearly prepared and would not give him any chance to escape. He could even feel Diablo's gaze coiling around him like a venomous snake, carrying scrutiny and mockery, as if looking at an ant about to be toyed with in the palm of his hand. Clayman felt his skin crawl under Diablo's mocking and deadly gaze. His survival instinct instantly overcame all panic, and the magicules around him surged wildly like ignited dynamite. He immediately entered a full combat state. Gritting his teeth, he quickly formed hand seals. A dense, deep purple magic power gathered and compressed in his palms. In the blink of an eye, a magic bullet carrying a violent aura had taken shape, its surface flickering with hideous arcs of electricity, emitting a sizzling, harsh sound. Without the slightest hesitation, Clayman shoved his palms forward. That magic bullet, containing destructive power, shot toward Diablo not far away like an arrow released from a bow, aiming straight for his heart. He didn't expect to severely injure this terrifying demon, only to buy a moment of respite. The magic bullet hit the target with a boom, erupting in blinding purple light. A violent shockwave swept out, sending nearby tables, chairs, and gravel flying. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring his vision. Clayman didn't hesitate for a second. Grabbing this fleeting gap, he yanked the still tense Laplace beside him and let out a low roar. Go! Before the words were finished, he slammed into the floor-to-ceiling window beside him with Laplace. With a crisp crash, the thick glass shattered into countless sharp fragments, scattering everywhere. The two leapt out the window, the cold night wind instantly filling their faces. As Clayman stumbled to the ground, he quickly took out a communication crystal, injecting magic power with trembling fingertips, and roared urgently into the crystal. Yamza, Majoran, nine-headed beast, Adalman. Hurry! Get here to me immediately. Come and protect me. His voice was full of panic and urgency, every word dripping with despair. He knew that relying only on himself and Laplace, they could never be Diablo's match. Only by summoning the four fingers to stall for time would there be a glimmer of hope for survival. However, just as his words fell, before the communication crystal could transmit a response, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly descended from above, causing the blood in his body to feel as if it had instantly frozen. Clayman looked up subconsciously, his pupils contracting sharply, his heart feeling as if it were being violently gripped by an invisible hand. Diablo's figure was suspended directly above him without warning. The black mist around him remained thick, his scarlet eyes particularly glaring in the night, and the playful smile at the corner of his mouth hadn't diminished in the slightest, as if that powerful magic bullet from just a moment ago was nothing more than a tickle to him. The explosion and smoke from just now hadn't affected him in the slightest, not even a speck of dust had touched his clothes. The next second, Diablo slowly extended his right hand, his palm facing Clayman below. Dark magic gathered rapidly in his palm, and a black beam of light, condensed with extreme destructive power, took shape. The air around the beam was twisted and scorched, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Clayman was stiff with fear, his legs going weak, almost collapsing to the ground. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him completely. He could even feel that the power contained in that black beam was enough to annihilate him instantly, without even enough time to transfer his astral body. Just at the critical moment when Diablo was about to launch the attack, Laplace, relying on some unknown, bizarre ability, suddenly flickered, leaving an afterimage in the air, and instantly swapped positions with Clayman. Immediately following, he twisted his wrist, condensed a sharp magic blade in his palm, and using all his strength, slammed it fiercely toward Diablo's right hand. With a muffled bang, Laplace's palm collided with Diablo's. A violent force instantly erupted. Laplace's arm was numbed by the shock, and his body retreated repeatedly. Diablo's right hand was also knocked off target by this sudden impact. The black beam that was about to be fired instantly deviated, whistling past Clayman's ear and striking the wall not far away. With a loud boom, a huge pit was instantly blasted into the wall, gravel flew, and smoke billowed. The two landed heavily. Clayman stumbled to steady himself, still lingering in fear, gasping for air. Cold sweat had already soaked his entire body. Laplace, however, didn't stop for a second. The moment he landed, his figure flashed again. Like an arrow off a bow, he rushed to Diablo's side. The magic blades in his hands gleamed with cold light, slashing and stabbing frantically at Diablo's neck, heart, and other vital points. His moves were sharp and ruthless, with every strike using full force. The sound of magic blades cutting through the air rang out continuously, and the atmosphere of close quarters combat was instantly maxed out. Laplace's heart was full of gravity. He clearly knew that as a demon, the opponent was most skilled in various types of magic. According to logic, faced with his close quarters combat, Diablo should have immediately created distance, adopted the safest, kiting, strategy, and used powerful magic to suppress him from a distance that would have maximized his advantage. But the scene before him left him completely stunned. Not only did Diablo not choose to pull away, but a trace of intense interest flashed in his eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth becoming more and more playful. He had taken the initiative to meet him head-on, engaging in fierce close-quarters combat. What made Laplace even more shocked, and even somewhat unbelievable, was that Diablo's close-quarters combat ability was not a bit inferior to his own. Diablo's movements were as swift as a ghost, his moves concise and fatal, without any unnecessary flair. Every punch and palm strike contained terrifying power. He blocked and countered accurately, always able to predict every one of his moves. At first, the two could barely hold a stalemate for a moment, but as the battle continued, Laplace gradually felt the pressure. Diablo's attacks became sharper, his power more violent, and the oppression around him grew stronger. Gradually, he was already beginning to be suppressed, causing his movements to become sluggish, and small wounds began to appear on his body, with his magic consumption increasing faster and faster. Laplace's heart was filled with astonishment and confusion. He truly couldn't imagine that a demon skilled in magic could have such terrifying close-quarters combat ability. He gritted his teeth, trying his best to fend off Diablo's attacks, his mind racing to find a flaw in Diablo. But Diablo's movements had no flaws to speak of. Every counterattack was accurate and ruthless, leaving him unable to defend. He knew that if this stalemate continued, he would sooner or later be completely suppressed by Diablo, or even killed on the spot, and Clayman, who was on the side, would ultimately be unable to escape death. Clayman had just steadied himself from his lingering fear. Raising his arm, he was about to rush toward the direction of the fierce battle, intending to risk everything to assist Laplace in pinning down Diablo. But he hadn't even taken a step when a sudden change occurred. The black beam that had been knocked off target by Laplace's palm and had flown past his ear seemed to possess a will of its own. It turned strangely in midair, drawing a cold arc, ignoring distance and inertia, and stabbed straight at him again. Its speed was so fast that it had already exceeded the limits of reaction. Clayman's pupils shrank. At the critical moment of life and death, he could only instinctively raise his arm to block in front of him, attempting to use magic to quantify a barrier to resist. Boom! A shrill explosion. That seemingly slender beam pierced through all defenses, and the violent power of destruction exploded on the spot. Deep purple magicules dissipated like fog. Clayman only had time to let out a short cry of pain before his entire arm from below the elbow was instantly ground into nothingness, leaving only a hideous, charred stump, with blood spraying wildly. The severe pain rushed straight to his brain. Clayman stumbled backward, his face as pale as paper, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. Not far away, Laplace caught a glimpse of this tragic scene from the corner of his eye, and his heart shrank violently. His body, which had been forced into retreat, suddenly erupted with a desperate force, forcibly pushing Diablo back half a step. He roared at Clayman, his voice tearing at his heart. Clayman, run. His target has been you from beginning to end. Catch this. Before the words were finished, a pitch-black smoke bomb was thrown fiercely toward Clayman. Clayman clutched his severed hand, pain and fear intertwined. Just as he was about to argue and fight with him, Laplace had already taken the lead, his voice urgent but exceptionally firm. You go first. I have a way to escape. That unquestionable tone was like the final shackle. Clayman's teeth chattered, humiliation, fear, and a trace of wavering churning in his eyes. In the end, the instinct for survival overcame everything. He smashed the smoke bomb in his hand. Poof! The dense gray-black smoke exploded, instantly swallowing him whole. The next second, his aura vanished completely, leaving only chaotic magicules and a pungent odor. On the battlefield, only Laplace remained to face Diablo alone. He stared fixedly at the calm demon before him, the sense of dissonance in his heart growing stronger. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Diablo's aura was bottomless. He clearly possessed the power to crush him in an instant, yet the close quarters entanglement just now felt like he was playing with him, deliberately letting himself drag him out. Was it mockery? Or, was the goal not that simple? The thought had just flashed through Laplace's mind when Diablo opposite him suddenly withdrew his fist. His figure flickered, and he easily created distance. He lowered his eyes, looking at his unscathed fingertips, then raised his head, his scarlet eyes filled with mockery and sneers. You are very interesting. Diablo spoke softly, his tone as relaxed as if chatting, you seem to be hiding quite a few secrets. But unfortunately, you were not my target this time. He bowed slightly, in a posture of, I won't keep you company. Then, his laughter grew louder, carrying an unmistakable sense of control. By the way, thank you for the smoke bomb. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the smoke bomb, ha ha ha. A mocking, teasing chuckle exploded in the air. Before the final note had even faded, Diablo's pitch-black, coldly gleaming wings snapped shut, wrapping around him tightly like a heavy curtain. In the next second, only a faint spatial fluctuation remained in the air, without even a trace of aura left behind. His figure had completely vanished from the spot, as if he had never appeared at all. Seeing that oppressive black shadow finally depart, Laplace, who had been tensed up like a drawn bowstring, finally let out a slow breath. His stiff, straight spine slumped slightly, his tense shoulders relaxed, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled. But right after this brief moment of relief, a cold chill shot straight from his feet to his head, and the relief on Laplace's face instantly froze. That light, airy sentence, thank you for the smoke bomb, echoed crazily in his mind, every word striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Something was wrong. It was too wrong. Diablo's confident demeanor, that meaningful expression of gratitude, was nothing but a mockery from a pre-arranged trap. Laplace's face changed drastically, his pupils contracted sharply, and a sense of intense unease and panic instantly swept over his entire body. He no longer hesitated, his trembling hands quickly fished out a smoke bomb and smashed it hard onto the ground. Bang! Thick white smoke exploded, obscuring his vision. The next moment, Laplace appeared in the secret hideout of the moderate Harlequin Alliance. The light here was dim, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Four familiar figures were sitting together, seemingly discussing something. As soon as Laplace landed, he widened his eyes in anxiety, his gaze scanning the surroundings like a gust of wind. Once, twice, three times. He searched eagerly for that familiar figure, his heart pounding wildly, almost bursting through his chest. But, there was nothing. From beginning to end, he did not see Clayman. That friend, usually so arrogant and calculating, was nowhere to be found. Clayman! Clayman! Laplace could no longer hold back, shouting uncontrollably, his voice hoarse and desperate, echoing endlessly in the empty hideout. However, the only response was the four people sitting around, their faces full of anxiety and panic as they looked up simultaneously. The strength in Laplace's body seemed to be drained in an instant, his legs went weak, and he fell heavily onto the cold ground. His knees hit the floor with a dull thud. He clenched one hand tightly and slammed it hard against the hard stone slab, over and over again, his knuckles turning white, veins popping out. He was venting his overwhelming regret. He was also blaming himself for his slowness and incompetence. Only now did he fully understand, he had been played by Diablo from beginning to end. That smoke bomb was never a tool to cover Clayman's escape, but a trap to trap him and lure the tiger away from the mountain. And he, with his own hands, had pushed his family into an unknown danger. Footman practically stumbled to Laplace, pressing his hands firmly onto his shoulders, his knuckles turning pale from the force, his voice filled with undisguised anxiety and panic, his tone trembling. Laplace, what happened? What's wrong with Clayman? Did something happen to him? Tell me. Laplace slowly raised his head, his originally sharp eyes now bloodshot, the regret and pain in his eyes almost overflowing. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, using all his strength to calm his surging emotions before speaking in a hoarse voice, recounting the sequence of events word by word, from Diablo's sudden appearance, to the smoke bomb used as a trap, to him being lured away, and finding no trace of Clayman upon returning. Every word carried a heavy sense of powerlessness. He did not hide Diablo's strength, admitting that he didn't even have the room to resist in front of the other party. The mockery in the words, "Thank you for the smoke bomb," recalling it now, still stung his heart like a needle. Assassination, a powerful demon, even you, Laplace, were no match for him. Footman's voice gradually lowered, the anxiety on his face instantly replaced by shock. The other three people present also froze, their solemn expressions turning pale. Immediately after, a synchronized gasp of cold air sounded in the dim hideout, everyone's pupils contracting sharply, their faces filled with disbelief. Even though Clayman acted eccentrically and made many enemies, they had never imagined that such a powerful enemy would dare to directly kill a demon lord, and was even powerful enough to easily suppress Laplace. After the shock, endless sadness and anger swept through the entire hideout like a tide, making it hard to breathe. Terror could no longer hold it in, her body went limp, and she stumbled to lean against the wall beside her. Tears instantly blurred her vision, and large droplets of tears rolled down her cheeks, hitting the cold ground. She covered her mouth with both hands, her shoulders trembling violently, and her suppressed sobbing gradually turned into uncontrollable wailing. Why? Why would you do this? What did he do wrong that you had to kill Clayman? The crying was filled with despair and unwillingness, every sound tugging at everyone's hearts, pushing the sorrowful atmosphere to the extreme. Footman suddenly let go of Laplace, the anger in his chest almost breaking through his sanity. He turned abruptly and slammed his fist hard into the hard stone wall behind him. With a muffled bang, thin cracks instantly appeared on the stone wall. He roared with bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse and determined. No matter who that demon is. No matter how strong he is. Since he dared to kill Clayman, even if I have to be shattered to pieces, I will make him pay a painful price. Anger and grief intertwined. At this moment, Footman completely lost his sanity, his aura becoming violent and hideous. Kozalime on the side also shed her usual indifference, rarely showing a truly sad expression. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, covering the emotions in her eyes, but her slightly pursed lips and slightly trembling fingertips exposed her sadness. In fact, she had long had a premonition that Clayman's ruthless actions and overexposure of his sharp edge would sooner or later lead to disaster, but she had never thought that this day would come so quickly, nor had she thought that the enemy would be this powerful, powerful enough to make even Laplace helpless, and leave them without even the confidence to resist. Even Yuki, who usually seemed cynical and indifferent to everything, put away the smile on his face, his expression becoming solemn and regretful. He leaned against the corner of the wall, his fingertips gently tapping the wall, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Clayman might not have been a perfect partner, even a bit paranoid and conceited, but there was no denying that he was one of the few people who could truly talk to him and understand his ambition and loneliness. Now that he had passed away suddenly, it was inevitable that he felt a bit empty and regretful. Laplace sat on the ground, looking at his partners who were filled with grief and indignation, and the regret in his heart grew even stronger. He felt that the root of all this was his own slowness and carelessness, that he had personally pushed Clayman into the abyss, and this sin was something he could never repay in his life. In the hideout, the crying and shouting gradually subsided, leaving only heavy breathing and suppressed sadness. In everyone's heart, the seeds of revenge were planted, and the name Diablo became their eternal enemy. On the other side, Clayman used the smoke bomb to teleport away. But when the smoke cleared and his feet touched the ground, what came into view was not the familiar secret hideout of the moderate Harlequin alliance, but a primitive forest that blocked out the sky and was terrifyingly silent. Giant trees towered, miasma filled the air, and there was not even a trace of human presence. His heart sank suddenly. He hurriedly looked around, instinctively wanting to find those figures that could give him a little peace of mind. Footman, Terror, Kozalime, Laplace. As long as one person was there, he would still have confidence. But when he turned his head sharply, what he saw was not his companions. Two demons, wrapped in pitch-black magic power with fierce auras, were standing quietly not far away, their pressure weighing down on him until he could barely breathe. And in the next second, an even more terrifying, familiar black shadow that made his soul scatter, slowly emerged between the two demons. Dressed in black, elegant and deadly. It was none other than the one who had just confronted him and Laplace, Diablo. At this moment, Clayman finally understood completely. This was not a chance encounter, but a thorough encirclement and killing. It was a trap from the very beginning. Even the teleportation smoke bomb that Laplace left him for survival had long been tampered with by this demon. All his escape routes were sealed off. The previous arrogant, wild, and calculating demeanor shattered instantly, and fear overwhelmed him like a cold tide. Clayman's face was pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice hoarse, filled with broken begging, screaming hysterically. No. Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Everything that Slime gave you, I can give you. No matter how much he paid you, I'll pay double. Triple. 10 times. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything. At this moment, he had none of the dignity of a demon lord, only the purest and most pathetic desire to survive. But Diablo didn't even have a hint of extra expression, just looking at him coldly, as if looking at an insect about to be crushed. He didn't waste a word, just slowly raised his right hand, and the pitch-black magic power that was too thick to melt began to condense in his palm. The aura of despair instantly locked onto Clayman. Clayman was terrified, trying desperately to move his legs to escape, but his limbs felt like they had been filled with 1,000 pounds of lead, heavy and completely unresponsive. He still wanted to immediately separate his astral body to escape. This was his last trump card. But the moment his magic power began to circulate, it was suppressed tightly by a more overbearing and precise force. It failed. Diablo would never make the same mistake in the same place. The next moment, a dark black beam condensing extreme destructive power shot out from Diablo's palm, heading straight for Clayman. In the final moment when his life was burning out, what flashed through Clayman's mind was not power, not ambition, not the position of Demon Lord. It was those people who had always been by his side. He used his last bit of strength to shout towards the void, towards the direction of his companions in the distance, his most sincere and regretful cry. Kozalime-sama. Yuki-sama. I'm sorry. I failed your expectations. Terror. Footman. Laplace. Don't avenge this idiot. You must live on. The voice was shrill and broken, echoing through the silent forest. In the next second, the pitch-black beam pierced through his body. His physical body disintegrated, his magic power went berserk, and even his astral body was completely crushed and annihilated. The once ambitious clown demon lord, Clayman, fell here. Diablo landed slowly, his gaze coldly sweeping over the dissipating remnants on the ground, and casually picked up the head that still retained astonishment and despair, putting it into a prepared container. He straightened his clothes slightly, his tone flat, but carrying unquestionable majesty. Well, next is to find Majoran and Yume. I hope you don't make me work too hard to find you, and don't delay me from going back to see Rimuru-sama. As the voice fell, the figures of the three demons merged into the shadows of the dense forest, disappearing completely. Leaving only dead silence, and a clown rhapsody that had completely ended. Barely a moment after news of the attack on Clayman arrived, the troops under the Four Fingers hastily assembled and galloped toward the Lord's castle to provide reinforcements. Yet, when they finally reached their destination, the sight before them made everyone gasp. The once towering castle of Clayman had already been reduced to a scene of utter devastation in the aftermath of the battle. Broken stone pillars lay scattered everywhere, charred marks from dark magic covered the walls, and even the sturdy city walls had been violently blasted with several massive gaps, leaving no trace of their former majesty and grandeur. All this destruction stemmed from the incredibly brief clash between Diablo and Laplace. Their battle hadn't even lasted a few minutes before coming to an end in the blink of an eye, so fast that even though Yamza and his group had pushed themselves to the limit to get there, they hadn't managed to catch even a second of the fighting. Upon stepping into the ruined castle, everyone's first reaction was to search for Clayman. After all, as their superior, his safety was directly tied to the direction of their entire faction. Yet, just as everyone was searching in a panic, a sense of indescribable dissonance suddenly rose in Yamza's heart. He keenly sensed that the postures of the other three fingers beside him were exceptionally strange. They appeared to have assumed a high-alert combat stance, their bodies tense and magic power faintly surging. However, the focus of their vigilance was not directed at any unknown enemy or external intruder, but rather at each other, filled with mutual wariness and suspicion. A strange, tense atmosphere hung in the air. Yamza's heart sank to the bottom. Having spent years maneuvering under Clayman, he saw through this at a glance as a dangerous signal that infighting was about to break out. He knew clearly that the other three had never truly submitted to Clayman. Now that the situation had shifted so abruptly, they were highly likely to turn against each other for their own interests. As a heretic, who had actively pledged loyalty to Clayman, he knew that if the situation spiraled out of control and they started fighting, he, completely unprepared, would undoubtedly become the first target and the first victim to suffer. Thinking of this, Yamza did not dare to be negligent. He slowly and unobtrusively moved his hand, reaching silently toward his waist to grip the hilt of his own personal ice blade. With his fingertips tensing, he prepared to draw his sword and fight at any moment. However, the very moment his fingertips touched the cold scabbard, disaster struck. Albert, the Death Knight standing silently like a statue beside Adalman, moved suddenly without warning. His pitch-black blade left its sheath in an instant, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it cut through the air. The bone-chilling sword chi felt almost tangible as it locked onto Yamza's vitals, making him feel as if he had instantly fallen into an ice cellar. At the same time, the nine-headed beast beside them let out a deafening roar. Its already massive body began to expand wildly, muscles knotting and magicals surging and exploding. The two agile tails behind it instantly transformed into two ferocious, violent independent monsters, forming a pincer attack with the main body and trapping Yamza firmly in the center, cutting off all his paths of retreat. On the other side, Majoran's body erupted with surging Majin magic power. A pale purple aura of magic swirled around her as she unleashed her Majin form on the spot. Her eyes lost the last trace of warmth, turning icy cold, and her sharp gaze, like a blade, was aimed directly at the caught-off-guard Yamza. Only at this moment did Yamza snap out of it, a sense of endless horror and despair surging from the bottom of his heart. He finally realized, too late, that the other three fingers had not been wary of each other from the start, they had long since reached a tacit understanding. From the moment they stepped into the castle, there had been only one goal, to join forces and completely eradicate him. In an instant, Yamza was heavily suppressed by the momentum of the three parties attacking simultaneously, and he fell into a state of panic, completely caught off guard. He had no time to make any effective counter stance, so he could only subconsciously tense his body and hold his ice blade horizontally in front of him to barely block. Meanwhile, the swarm of Death Knights under Adalman poured out like a tide. The roars of skeletons and undead echoed through the ruined hall, instantly clashing with the direct subordinates Yamza had brought. The sound of clashing blades and screams rose one after another, and the previously silent castle ruins instantly turned into a brutal battlefield. In fact, back when Clayman was attacked and completely perished, Majoran had simultaneously and keenly sensed an anomaly within her body. The heart of domination that Clayman had implanted with a secret technique, which had always hung over her head, had suddenly ceased its agitation without warning. The sensation of being monitored and constrained, which had always followed her like a shadow, had vanished into thin air, though it seemed other problems had arisen as well. The incident was too sudden, and Majoran had no time to think it through. The curse power that had followed her like a shadow and constantly held her life in its grip had vanished, leaving only an unsettling void. Her heart tightened, and a strong sense of unease and foreboding surged up, compelling her to rush to Clayman's castle immediately to confirm the situation on the ground for herself. At almost the same moment, Adalman and the nine-headed beast also felt a drastic change in the depths of their souls. The curse of domination that had bound them for so long had completely disintegrated without warning. The pressure originating from Clayman, the shackles of forced commands, and the fear of even having their thoughts pried into, vanished in an instant. The same thought rose in all three of their minds simultaneously. They had to go there immediately and confirm with their own eyes what had happened. There was no communication, no agreement, yet as if they shared a single mind, they rushed toward the same direction. When she witnessed with her own eyes the ruined state of Clayman's castle, which had been almost completely destroyed, she already had an answer in her heart. Combined with Clayman's previous emergency summoning order, which had been filled with panic and despair, the starkly different tone of the other party, and the fact that the control curse on her had been lifted without warning, all clues pointed to one conclusion: Clayman was likely dead. Although Majoran, Adalman, and the nine-headed beast did not know which faction had struck or how they had taken out Clayman, for the three of them, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to break their shackles and regain their freedom. All three of them had been forced to submit to Clayman's tyranny, and they had long harbored endless resentment and unwillingness. Only Yamza had actively defected and was a die-hard lackey loyal to Clayman, often bossing them around by relying on Clayman's favor. Since they were going to completely break free from control, they had to eliminate this loyal stumbling block before leaving, to prevent any future trouble. Thus, in a moment where no one spoke, Adalman, the nine-headed beast, and Majoran exchanged a subtle glance. There were no extra words, no explicit commands, with just a single look, they understood each other, their goals were aligned, their actions were synchronized, and right at this moment, they would join forces to eliminate Yamza. The next second, the three of them attacked simultaneously, directing all their killing intent and power at the ice blade swordsman who had yet to react. Although Yamza was strong, he couldn't handle the numbers, and the Death Knight Albert before him was almost completely crushing him in swordsmanship. Although Yamza's soldiers were able to suppress the slow-moving Death Knights at first, because the souls of the Death Knights were within Adalman, they could not die. Under constant attrition, the soldiers soon began to flee in a rout. But as the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero, and Yamza was undoubtedly the one who best understood how to assess the situation at this moment. He knew deep down that the combined strength of the three before him was something he could not contend with. Even if he used his trump card, the mirror armband, to create a clone, he would have no chance of winning and would only throw his life away for nothing. Therefore, he didn't even make the move to activate his clone armband, and almost the moment he was surrounded, he decisively chose to bow his head and surrender. Wait, can't we talk this out? Don't attack, I surrender. Yamza hurriedly threw the ice blade in his hand onto the ground, the metal blade clashing against the gravel floor with a harsh sound. He immediately raised his hands high, striking a submissive pose with no intention of resisting. His face no longer held any of his previous arrogance or sharpness, leaving only a naked desire to survive. Seeing Yamza surrender so readily, Majoran did not hesitate for a moment. She immediately raised her hand to cast a binding spell, and pale blue magic chains instantly wrapped around Yamza's limbs and torso, firmly imprisoning him on the spot and preventing him from making any further sudden moves. However, if one were to observe closely, they would find that Majoran's face was exceptionally pale, her aura seemed very weak, and her overall complexion was terrible. The reason was simple: following Clayman's complete death, the heart of puppetry that had been implanted in her body, which both maintained her life and firmly controlled her freedom, was rapidly losing its activity at the same time. Its once rhythmic beating was becoming weaker and slower, and her life force was ebbing away little by little along with the dissipation of the curse power. Just as the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, a lazy and slightly playful voice suddenly drifted slowly from the shadows of the ruined castle, falling lightly into everyone's ears. "Oh, infighting already? Well, it doesn't have much to do with me. However, quite a few interesting characters have appeared here." Rimuru spent 97 seconds flying to the north of the great forest of Jura, seeing 8 large-scale demon tribes along the way. It then spent 86 seconds crossing the Dwarf Kingdom, and subsequently 79 seconds crossing the ocean to reach the land of extreme cold, where it saw 13 penguin colonies. Never mind whether there are penguins in the land of extreme cold, don't mind why Rimuru trespassed into Guy Crimson's territory without his permission, and definitely don't mind why Rimuru went there. Just connect the numbers above and you can find the penguin colonies. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Reborn as a slime, demon or savior. Part 2. An elegant yet absolutely oppressive voice sounded from the shadows without warning, drifting lightly into this already tense space. There are actually a few interesting characters here. The moment the voice fell, the gazes of all present were drawn over almost simultaneously. The one who appeared was none other than the uninvited guest wrapped in jet black magic, as elegant as a nobleman of the Dark Knight, Diablo. Flanking him stood 2 calm attendants, like the most loyal of shadows. They did not speak or move, yet they were enough to inspire fear. What truly stopped everyone's hearts and sent a chill straight to their scalps was the head being casually held in the hand of one of the attendants. That face was all too familiar to everyone present. The face was twisted, eyes wide open, lingering with extreme terror and unwillingness, grotesque enough to make one's heart tremble. It was Clayman. The demon lord of the clowns, who was plotting and ambitious just a moment ago, was now reduced to nothing but a head that died with its eyes open, carried casually like an object, silently proclaiming how miserably and powerlessly he had died. No words were needed, no evidence required. Everyone understood instantly: Clayman was dead. He had died at the hands of those who had suddenly intruded. Even though anyone with eyes could see that the one who actually did it was the demon in black all along. An unknown enemy, overwhelming terror, and the bloody head before them constituted the most lethal deterrent. Even though those present had their own agendas and powers, in the face of this bottomless oppression, they could only forcibly suppress all impulses, not daring to act rashly. Fear spread wildly in the silence. Yet Adalman still had concerns. The puppet heart inside Majoran had long since lost its vitality. If they delayed any longer, her life would be in danger. He and Majoran were both poor souls forced under Clayman's control, sharing the same plight. How could he stand by and watch her die? After a moment of hesitation, Adalman ultimately chose to take the risk. He stepped forward and negotiated in a low voice with the black-clad demon. "Sir, thank you for slaying Clayman and releasing us from his control. However, our companion is critically injured and in urgent need of treatment. Please allow us to leave first." Diablo let out a low chuckle. The laughter was elegant, yet devoid of any warmth. "Leave. No, no, no. You are not going anywhere." He spoke slowly, his tone as relaxed as if he were making small talk. "As for her, she naturally will not die. After all, Rimuru-sama has given orders that Majoran and you must be captured alive." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint ripple suddenly appeared around Majoran, whose aura had been weak. Her paper-white complexion slowly improved, and that nearly dead puppet heart actually regained a faint vitality under the guidance of an invisible force. Everyone was shocked. Diablo, however, acted as if he had done a trivial thing. His gaze turned casually and landed on the 9-headed beast nearby. A glimmer of genuine surprise finally flashed in those jet-black eyes. Oh, this is an unexpected joy. A high-ranking nine-headed beast is extremely rare these days, and looking at this bloodline purity, it is quite impressive. He looked the nine-headed beast up and down, a pleasant curve forming on the corner of his mouth, his tone so matter-of-fact it was suffocating. If I take you back and give you to Rimuru-sama as a pet, she will surely be very happy. Finally, Diablo slowly turned his gaze back to Adalman. Those eyes, deep as the dark night, seemed to have seen through him completely from the inside out. A former cardinal of the Luminous Church. You must be hiding quite a few secrets of the church on you. Taking you back will surely be of great benefit to Rimuru-sama's plans. Adalman was shocked, so stunned he could barely maintain his composure. The mysterious demon before him had seen through his identity, which he had buried for 1,000 years, at a single glance. What shocked him even more was that the other party had made Majoran's long-stopped puppet heart revive with just a casual sentence. This unfathomable power made him involuntarily develop an irrepressible curiosity about the Rimuru-sama whom Diablo kept mentioning. Suppressing the stormy waves in his heart, Adalman asked in a deep voice. Sir, forgive my presumption, but what kind of being is this Rimuru-sama? This sentence was like a key, instantly opening the most devout door in Diablo's heart. The next moment, this originally cold and elegant demon's eyes suddenly became burning, fanatical, and incredibly sacred, as if he had temporarily cast his mission to the back of his mind. He tilted his head slightly, his tone filled with reverence that no amount of praise in the world could describe. My lord is named Rimuru Tempest. The ruler of the great forest of Jura, the founder of the Jura Tempest Federation, and a demon lord who truly reigns over the world. She is the most perfect, most noble, most benevolent, and most supreme existence. Her brilliance is unmatched, and her benevolence embraces all things. One day, she will stand at the pinnacle of the world, becoming the only true God and the only true ruler in this world. Listening to Diablo's almost fanatical and flowery praise, Adalman's expression became dazed bit by bit. Especially the word, God, which pierced into the deepest part of his soul like a sharp needle, instantly tearing open a wound that had not healed for 1,000 years. Distant memories surged in like a tide. Once, he had been so devout, so faithful to Luminous. He had worked conscientiously, adhered strictly to the doctrines, and devoted himself entirely to the church and its believers, nearly touching the realm of a saint. Yet what he got in return was the fear and framing of the 7 luminaries. Just because he was too dazzling and threatened the positions of those in power, they pushed him into the abyss without hesitation, killing him along with the companions he trusted most. If not for that betrayal, why would he have been reduced to an undead? Why would he have wandered in the darkness for 1,000 years? Why would he have been controlled by the demon lord Clayman, unable to act on his own? The so-called God, the so-called church. If God were truly merciful, why did she never open her eyes? If God were truly just, why did she allow evil to run rampant? 1,000 years of faith had long since shattered into dust, leaving only cold despair and resentment. Diablo watched his changing expressions quietly, seeing through the collapse and exhaustion in the depths of his soul at a glance. He slowed his tone, speaking softly with a perfectly measured gentleness and inducement. It seems your faith in the Luminous Church has long since completely shattered. Perfect. The Jura Tempest Federation is currently in a state of reconstruction, and Rimuru-sama is by no means comparable to the Luminous Church, that machine which has long since rotted and is riddled with vermin. There will be no ostracization, no framing, and certainly no being erased because of talent. With your ability and loyalty, Rimuru-sama will surely give you a position that truly belongs to you, and let you achieve a truly meaningful career. The voice was gentle and steady, carrying a persuasive power that pierced the soul, seeping bit by bit into Adalman's mind. The originally tight guard collapsed completely without him realizing it. 1,000 years of loneliness, pain, unwillingness, and confusion seemed to have found a home at this moment. Adalman's body trembled slightly, then he slowly bent his knees, kneeling on one knee, and then both knees fell heavily to the ground. He raised his head, his voice hoarse but incomparably firm, and declared loudly. We are willing to follow Rimuru-sama to the death. He was completely immersed in the shock of regaining faith and did not notice at all. A faint, elegant, yet victory-assured curve appeared on the corner of Diablo's mouth. Nor did he realize that from the moment that praise began, a layer of invisible thought inducement had already quietly covered his entire body, gently and irresistibly smoothing out all his doubts and resistance. Under the intangible yet overwhelmingly oppressive influence of Diablo's thought guidance, Adalman felt his mind become clear and transparent. His previously wavering faith instantly solidified, and his heart and eyes were filled only with the supreme Rimuru. His devout faith grew wildly in his heart like vines, never to be shaken again. He composed himself, turned his gaze to Yamza, who was firmly bound by magic ropes and unable to move, and respectfully bowed to ask Diablo for instructions. My lord, how should this guy be dealt with? He voluntarily defected to your side, yet he committed countless evils and heinous crimes under Clayman. Should such a wicked villain be executed immediately to serve as a warning to others? Yamza was already terrified out of his wits. Hearing the word, executed, his face turned ashen. His eyes widened, and he looked at Diablo and Adalman in sheer terror. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, kowtowing desperately and begging for mercy, his voice trembling uncontrollably. No, don't. Please spare me. I was forced to do it. All those evil deeds in the past were because that fool Clayman coerced and lured me into doing them. I had no choice. Please, spare my life. He hurriedly turned around, kowtowed repeatedly towards the empty air, and cried out with extreme sycophancy. As long as I can survive, I am willing to serve the peerlessly beautiful and greatest Rimuru-sama for all eternity. I will go through fire and water for you, and I will never refuse to die for you. My lord, please show mercy and spare me. I am still useful. I am willing to atone for my crimes through service, and I will never harbor any disloyalty again. Diablo listened with lowered eyes. A trace of indifferent approval flashed in his crimson eyes, and he nodded slightly. What you say makes some sense. It just so happens that in the depths of Clayman's castle, I discovered several research projects that he hadn't finished but are quite valuable. Your body and abilities will come in handy. Changing the subject, the pressure around him condensed again, and his tone was indisputable. However, your final fate and how you are dealt with are not for me to decide on my own. Everything must be left to Rimuru-sama to judge personally. After settling Yamza's fate, Diablo slowly turned around. His gaze fell on the pale Majoran, and he asked in a calm but irresistibly oppressive tone. Now, tell me, where exactly is that person named Yume? I have turned this castle upside down and searched every corner inside and out, yet I have not found anyone matching the description Rimuru-sama gave. These words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Majoran's heart hard. She widened her eyes in disbelief. The last bit of strength that had been supporting her was instantly drained away. She knelt helplessly on the cold ground, trembling all over, her voice broken and shattered. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Clayman clearly told me himself that he only locked Yume in the castle dungeon. As long as I continued to serve him, he would guarantee Yume's life. How could it end up like this? How could you not find him? By the end, the long accumulated fear and despair erupted completely. Majoran could no longer hold back. She covered her face and wept bitterly, her frail body trembling uncontrollably in despair. Diablo, standing to the side, listened to the heart-wrenching cries. Fine cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and his back had already gone cold. He understood instantly. Yume had in all likelihood already been secretly disposed of by Clayman, leaving no trace behind. And this meant that the mission he had come to execute on Rimuru's orders had failed completely, and he would be unable to report back successfully. Just imagining it made Diablo feel cold all over, and his teeth couldn't help but chatter. He felt as if he could already see Rimuru's golden eyes tinged with disappointment and indifference, and hear a cold voice ringing in his ears. Diablo, you disappoint me too much. To fail such a simple task, you are no longer of any use. Go back to where you came from. At the thought of being rejected and banished by Rimuru-sama, the violence and hatred in Diablo's heart instantly soared, almost shattering his reason. He clenched his fists tightly until his knuckles turned white, and in the depths of his heart, he roared madly at the long-dead Clayman. Clayman, letting you die so easily is getting off too lightly. You dared to cause my mission to fail and betray Rimuru-sama's trust. I really should have used thought acceleration, on you, kept you absolutely conscious, and then stripped away your flesh bit by bit, letting you suffer endless torment before finally letting you perish completely. The monstrous rage was forcibly suppressed in an instant. Diablo took a deep breath, composed his demeanor, and returned to his elegant yet cold appearance. Matters having reached this point, there was no use in escaping, the only option was to return and face Rimuru-sama's judgment. He looked up towards the path home, his eyes filled with a touch of fatalistic determination. Immediately, Diablo said no more. With a wave of his hand, he led the now submissive and neatly lined up undead army, escorted the trembling Yamza, and the nine-headed beast, which was struggling and roaring behind him but tightly bound by magic, and set off on the road back to Rimuru. Meanwhile, post-war reconstruction work within the Rimuru territory was in full swing. Craftsmen swung their tools to build new houses, monsters worked together to transport building materials, and lively sounds resounded once again on the streets. The town, which had been left in shambles by the ravages of war, was recovering its vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rimuru stood quietly on high ground, looking at this land that had regained its vitality, watching the faces of the citizens who were smiling once again. For a moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged in Rimuru's heart, the exhaustion after the Great War, the relief of having protected their home, and the heavy sense of responsibility for the future. All these emotions intertwined, turning into a warm current that flowed slowly in the depths of Rimuru's heart. But just as this peace had settled over Rimuru's heart, without any warning, everything before Rimuru's eyes suddenly twisted and shattered. The town that had just been orderly and full of hope was instantly swallowed by boundless smoke and flames, turning into a scene of utter devastation. Broken walls and ruins tilted and collapsed in the firelight, scorching rubble and smoke filled the air, and the once warm home had turned into a living hell. A human army that perfectly combined modern technology and magic was raging like demons. The magic cannons in their hands roared continuously, scorching beams swept wantonly, and cold mechanical weapons swung mercilessly at the defenseless monster citizens. Piercing screams, desperate cries, deafening gunfire, and the roar of magic explosions, all these sounds mixed together, turning into the most jarring nightmare, stabbing deeply into the bottom of Rimuru's heart. Rimuru watched helplessly as familiar figures fell in the flames, watched everything Rimuru had tried so hard to protect being ruthlessly destroyed. A chill of powerlessness shot straight from the soles of Rimuru's feet to the top of Rimuru's head. And high above this desperate ruin, two massive dragon shadows were engaged in a world-destroying battle. The pitch-black storm dragon Beldora was colliding frantically in the clouds with a mysterious crimson dragon wrapped in scarlet flames, possessing an extremely violent aura. Beldora's incredibly sturdy scales were already covered in cracks. Black dragon blood gushed from countless wounds, his wings were torn with huge gaps, and his massive body kept retreating under the opponent's fierce onslaught, once completely suppressed and trapped in an unprecedented perilous situation. Rimuru could even clearly sense the rage and pain from the depths of Beldora's soul. It was the monstrous anger of being unable to protect one's loved ones despite trying, which made Rimuru's heart clench tightly. In a trance, Rimuru's gaze pierced through the smoke and fire, seeing a figure that was incredibly familiar yet made Rimuru's heart stop. It was Rimuru. But that, Rimuru, was no longer the composed and dazzling one of ordinary days. The body was covered with wounds deep enough to see the bone, magic power was in such disarray it was nearly exhausted, and the straight sword originally held firmly in hand was now broken in two, hanging limply. One of Rimuru's arms had completely disappeared from the shoulder, the wound hideous and terrifying. What was even more frightening was that the wound was restrained by some strange power, so that even the infinite regeneration Rimuru was proud of could not be triggered. Rimuru clearly heard that battered self, in a voice that was extremely hoarse and full of despair, softly utter a sentence. Failed. In the end, I couldn't protect anything. As the words fell, that disheveled Rimuru suddenly chuckled. The laughter held no joy, only endless desolation and sorrow, as if all hope and strength had been exhausted, every sound seemed to be tearing at the soul. Immediately after, a roar mixed with extreme sorrow, monstrous anger, and endless unwillingness broke through the throat, resounding through this broken world, making Rimuru's eardrums ring and soul tremble violently. Before Rimuru could make any reaction, or even reach out to touch that desperate self, the hellish scene before Rimuru's eyes shattered like a mirror and dissipated completely. The next second, the sunlight shone down again, warm and bright. The town that was in the midst of bustling reconstruction and full of vitality appeared once again, intact, before Rimuru's eyes. The hammering of craftsmen, the laughter of the citizens, everything was exactly the same as before, as if that earth-shattering nightmare had never happened. Only Rimuru knew that the frantic heartbeat, the cold trembling of the body, and that bone-deep powerlessness and fear were so real, and could not dissipate for a long time. The fleeting glimpse of the illusion from just a moment ago had lasted only an instant, yet it struck Rimuru's mind like a heavy hammer, delivering a shock and awe that words could hardly describe. Compared to that, the various crimes committed by the Kingdom of Falmouth when they launched their invasion and slaughtered the monsters seemed like nothing more than harmless child's play, unworthy of mention. That terrifying pressure, which seemed to tower over heaven and earth, made Rimuru feel an indescribable trembling from the depths of its soul, even though it was merely an illusory projection. Just as Rimuru was lost in restless thought, Veldora floated over, full of excitement. The unruly storm dragon had intended to ask Rimuru for the latest drawn manga, but before he could speak, Rimuru lifted its eyes first, asking a question with an unprecedented tone of gravity and urgency. Veldora, do you know if there exists a dragon in this world capable of suppressing you? One with a slender, well-proportioned body, covered entirely in dense and magnificent scarlet scales. Hearing Rimuru's serious inquiry and considering the characteristics described, the usually cynical Veldora instantly shed all his playfulness. The aura around him became steady and solemn. Clearly, this being was someone he feared greatly. The beings in this world capable of truly suppressing me are few and far between. The one you described. I do know her. She and I are both true dragons. Her strength is unfathomable. Although the total amount of magicules within her body doesn't compare to mine, she can easily crush me when it comes to combat techniques, power control, and the application of various secret arts. Even though I hate to admit it, in our countless past clashes, I have been defeated by her time and time again, never once managing to gain any advantage. Veldora's resolute answer made Rimuru's expression grow even graver. Why would such a top-tier existence, capable of crushing the storm dragon, appear in an illusion related to them, and why would she launch an attack alongside human troops? To which unknown faction did those humans fighting in coordination belong? And what puzzled Rimuru the most was why only it had seen that illusion, while the other monsters present, and even Veldora, had noticed nothing. Filled with doubts, Rimuru immediately questioned its exclusive ultimate skill in its mind. Raphael, what was that scene I just saw? Why did such an illusion appear, and why was I the only one who could perceive it? However, the answer provided this time by Raphael, who was always omniscient and capable of precisely analyzing everything, only caused the clouds of doubt in Rimuru's heart to grow thicker. Report. The scene just detected is a projection from an unknown source. Global scans have not detected any abnormal magicule fluctuations or energy traces. Current information is insufficient for deep analysis, more clues must be collected to make a determination. Even Raphael could not provide a definitive answer, which made Rimuru's inner unease grow even stronger. After pondering for a moment, it decided to temporarily set this strange matter aside. There were more important matters to handle for now. It would have to wait until more clues were collected later to investigate the truth behind this scarlet dragon and the mysterious illusion. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Far away in the west, within the royal capital of the Kingdom of Falmouth, the entire palace was shrouded in a layer of oppressive gloom. King Edmalus sat upon his throne, his face grim as he once again summoned all the kingdom's core ministers and military high command. An emergency court session concerning the survival of the nation thus began. Not long ago, 2 pieces of news, capable of shaking the landscape of the entire Western nations, had spread like thunder through every corner of the Kingdom of Falmouth. The Jura Tempest Federation, which they had annihilated, had completed its restoration and stood once again within the great forest of Jura. And the Dwarven Kingdom of Dwargan, which had always been absolutely neutral and possessed military might that surpassed all others in the West, had openly announced the formation of a deep military alliance with the newly born Jura Tempest Federation. With these two pieces of news combined, the ruling class of Falmouth was plunged into complete panic and chaos. Today's meeting was held to discuss countermeasures to deal with this desperate situation. Led by the commander-in-chief of the army, Forgan, the radical faction of generals was the first to slam the table and stand up. This general, who advocated for military force, had a fanatical expression, and his tone was filled with a desperate, ruthless determination. Everyone. The Jura Tempest Federation has just been restored. Its foundations are unstable, and everything is in ruins. This is the perfect time for us to strike. I propose that we immediately assemble the entire national army, set out under the name of exterminating heretical monsters, and with the speed of thunder and lightning, trample that land of monsters once again. The Dwarven Kingdom is merely bluffing. They have always adhered to neutrality and would never dare to defy the pressure of the Holy Empire of Ruberios to openly send troops to reinforce a monster country. As long as we achieve a quick victory, there is still room to salvage everything. As Forgan's voice fell, the moderate civil officials immediately stood up to refute him. The old minister leading them furrowed his brows, his tone filled with caution and reason. General, your words are wrong. Dworgan's military strength is recognized as the best in the entire West, far beyond what the kingdom of Falmouth can contend with. Since King Gazel Dworgo dared to sign a military alliance, it means he has already made up his mind to protect the Jura Tempest Federation. If we rashly send troops and anger the Dwarven Kingdom, their Pegasus Knights and Iron Cavalry could trample our lands in an instant. The safest course of action right now is to immediately dispatch envoys to the Jura Tempest Federation to negotiate, apologize, and seek reconciliation. That is the best strategy. One side advocated for war, the other for peace. The radical faction and the moderate faction each held their ground, refusing to yield. The court instantly erupted into chaos, with insults and arguments rising one after another, and the scene became chaotic and unmanageable. King Edmalus sat on the throne, his face annoyed but helpless. He was indecisive by nature, and in the face of such a situation, he simply could not make a decision. Just then, a low and gentle cough slowly sounded from the side of the grand hall. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to possess a magical power, instantly silencing the noisy court. All eyes were cast, inevitably, toward the person who made the sound, the kingdom's chief archmage, Raisin. This top-tier mage, who had protected the kingdom of Falmouth for hundreds of years, was the pillar of the entire nation. His authority was second only to King Edmalus, and both civil officials and military generals held him in awe. King Edmalus, as if grabbing onto a life-saving straw, hurriedly raised his hand to signal, "Lord Raisin, what is your insight? Please, speak freely." Having received the king's permission, Raisin stepped forward slowly. His aged eyes revealed a calmness that seemed to perceive everything. He extended a finger and pointed precisely at a corner of the giant map before him, where the core territory of the demon lord Clayman was marked. "In my view, our top priority right now is not to obsess over whether or not to attack the Jura Tempest Federation, but rather this place." Raisin's voice was calm but carried an unquestionable power. He looked around at everyone and continued in a deep voice, "This is top-secret intelligence that has just arrived from the east. Clayman, one of the 10 great demon lords, has completely fallen, and the culprit who killed him is, in all likelihood, hiding within the great forest of Jura." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire assembly was shocked. Raisin ignored their shock, his tone growing even graver. Combined with the series of abnormal actions, the Jura Tempest Federation suddenly being restored and forming a military alliance with Dworgan, it is sufficient to prove that a brand new demon lord has been born in the great forest of Jura. This new demon lord is powerful, being able to kill Clayman and win over Dworgan. Its ambition must be significant. Expanding territory to the west and conquering western nations is likely its next plan. And we, the Kingdom of Falmouth, as a human nation adjacent to the great forest of Jura, will be the first country to face the edge of this new demon lord's blade. He paused, then gave his final conclusion. Therefore, in summary, the last thing we should do right now is to actively provoke and attack the Jura Tempest Federation. Our top priority is to immediately reinforce our border defenses, reorganize the military for war, and stand on strict guard to cope with the impending crisis of national destruction. Raisin's analysis was incisive, hitting the mark with every point. All the ministers and generals in the hall lowered their heads, silent, with no one daring to raise a single objection. Firstly, they feared Raisin's strength and prestige. Secondly, they knew in their hearts that what Raisin said was the only truth. But just then, a childish, out-of-place voice appeared there. I have a proposal. Why not have the kingdom of Falmouth join them, and then act as the vanguard for their western expedition, seeking a rare path of survival for the kingdom of Falmouth? Everyone looked in unison toward the direction the voice came from, only to see standing in the corner a small figure, dressed in silver white and light blue, a girl. Everyone turned their heads in unison, following the abrupt sound. In a cold, dark corner of the council chamber, a figure stood, though no one knew when they had arrived. The person's presence was completely out of place in this solemn, rigid council chamber filled with the aura of human royal authority, and the newcomer was none other than Rimuru. Who goes there? How dare you trespass in the kingdom's council chamber? Guards! Seize her at once! A minister dressed in magnificent court robes with an arrogant expression slammed his hand on the table and shouted fiercely, his voice trembling slightly with anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy solid wood doors of the council chamber were blasted open, but the scene outside made all the ministers turn pale instantly, their pupils contracting sharply, their blood seemingly freezing on the spot. The royal guards who were previously guarding the door, fully armed and alert, had already been reduced to a pile of bloody, mangled chunks, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Crimson blood soaked the threshold, and the pungent smell of blood flowed through the door cracks into the hall, nauseating everyone. A deathly silence instantly enveloped the entire council chamber, and everyone froze in place, not daring to breathe. In this suffocating silence, Rimuru slowly raised her eyes, her cold, clear voice calm and waveless, yet carrying an unquestionable pressure that resonated through the hall. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rimuru Tempest, and I am the monarch of the monster country, the Jura Tempest Federation, that was deliberately ambushed by the Holy Knights captain, Hinata Sakaguchi, 3 years ago. The master of the Jura Tempest Federation. Hearing this identity, the ministers present all turned pale, trembling all over, their faces filled with extreme panic and fear. Raisin and Forgan were about to leap into action, but in an instant, their bodies stiffened, unable to move. They were horrified to discover that the air throughout the council chamber was already filled with silver threads as thin as hair and almost invisible to the naked eye. These threads were like the most precise cage, binding them tightly, so that they couldn't even move their fingertips a fraction. What terrified Raisin even more was that he tried his best to mobilize the magicules within his body to cast magic and fight back, but the magicules around him were like stagnant water, completely unresponsive, unable to gather even a bit. A stormy sea instantly surged in his heart. This place had been set up with an extremely powerful anti-magic field, stripping them of their magical abilities. Rimuru watched the crowd's panicked, futile struggle, a cold curve appearing at the corners of her lips, and she spoke calmly. It seems you still haven't grasped the current situation. Since that's the case, let me give you a small warning first. Do it. As Rimuru's voice fell, the shadows of the council chamber suddenly surged, and a ghostly black figure stepped out silently. It was Rimuru's subordinate, Soe. He was expressionless, his cold gaze sweeping over the king on the throne, and with one finger, he gently hooked an invisible steel wire in front of him and pulled it sharply. Ah! A scream of extreme agony instantly tore through the silence of the council chamber. King Edmalis's right wrist was instantly severed by the steel wire, blood gushing out, and the severed hand fell heavily onto the polished marble floor, twitching a few times before going still. King Edmalis curled up in pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his face pale as paper, and his painful wails echoed throughout the hall. Rimuru walked with slow, composed steps, approaching the high throne of the king, each step feeling as if she were stepping on everyone's hearts. She looked at the agonizing King Edmalis, her voice cold and bone-chilling. Back then, it was you who gave the order to attack my Jura Tempest Federation, right? Before she finished speaking, Rimuru moved her fingertips slightly, gently pulling another steel wire wrapped around the king. Another heart-wrenching scream followed as King Edmalis's left hand was also neatly severed. His arms were dripping with blood, leaving only 2 mangled stumps. He collapsed on the throne, twitching all over, having long lost the dignity of a king. Severe pain and extreme fear overwhelmed King Edmalis's senses. He trembled all over, his lips quivering, and he begged desperately, slurring his words incoherently, his voice broken and humble. No, it's not. Back then, someone instigated me to make that decision. Rimuru, please spare me this once. Rimuru ignored King Edmalis's desperate pleas, not even sparing him a glance. Her slender fingers moved slightly, and the invisible threads wrapped around the king's legs suddenly tightened, sharp as divine blades, and the next second, a teeth-grinding sound of tearing flesh followed. Two more screams, so shrill they turned hoarse, abruptly stopped. King Edmalis's legs were neatly severed, blood gushing out even more violently. He lay on the throne like a pile of mud, only his upper body twitching weakly, his breath so faint that it seemed it could cease at any moment. The excruciating pain of having all four limbs severed made his consciousness blur, and he could only let out weak whimpers. The once noble king had now been reduced to a living corpse waiting to be slaughtered. The tragic sight made all the ministers present feel their scalps tingle and their stomachs churn. Raisin, standing to the side, witnessed this inhumane torture, his heart filled with shock and rage, yet he was bound by the threads and his magic was sealed, leaving him with no power to resist. He gritted his teeth, braced himself against the suffocating pressure, and spoke, attempting to make a final negotiation. Lord of Monsters, you have gone too far. The upper echelons of the luminous church have already noticed the unusual movements in the great forest of Jura. Your actions have already angered the church. He took a deep breath, throwing out his last bargaining chip, his voice carrying a hint of deliberately suppressed trembling. If you do not wish to be subjected to a joint crusade by the entire church again, stop now. We, the Kingdom of Falmouth, are willing to recognize the Jura Tempest Federation as an independent sovereign state, immediately establish diplomatic relations with you, and at the same time, pay all war reparations for the aggressive war 3 years ago, without any complaints. Raisin was extremely unwilling, as the Archmage of the Kingdom of Falmouth, bowing his head to a monster was a great humiliation, let alone having to bear the monstrous wrath of the luminous church to establish diplomatic ties with the monster country. But right now, Rimuru held everyone's life in her hands, and one wrong move would mean total annihilation, so he could only compromise for the moment, first stabilizing this monster king who looked gentle on the outside but was ruthless to the extreme on the inside. Hearing Raisin's words, Rimuru slowly turned her head, her golden, slit pupils devoid of any warmth, instead suffused with bone-chilling coldness. A mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips, her tone cold and violent. When did I give you permission to speak? As her voice fell, the pressure around her surged suddenly, and the air in the entire council chamber seemed to freeze. Rimuru coldly swept her gaze over the trembling ministers, her voice carrying bone-deep killing intent. It seems that the warning I gave earlier wasn't enough to intimidate you. Before anyone could react, Rimuru clenched her 5 fingers, and the dozens of steel wires wrapped around King Edmalis tightened and contracted simultaneously. Without any warning, without any extra sound, in the eyes of all the ministers who were filled with extreme terror, King Edmalis on the throne didn't even manage to let out a final scream before he was instantly cut and shredded by countless sharp threads. Flesh and blood splattered, bone fragments scattered, the king who had been struggling to survive a second ago had turned into a pile of crimson chunks the next second, sticky blood gushing out and splashing onto Rimuru's hair, cheeks, and robes, dyeing her a glaring red. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the entire council chamber, and everyone was scared out of their wits by this bloody and brutal scene, collapsing to the ground, not even daring to breathe loudly. Rimuru stood in the midst of the carnage, covered in blood, yet her expression remained calm. Those golden eyes, cold as an asura from hell, plunged everyone present into boundless fear. Rimuru was completely indifferent to the blood on her, as if it were merely a bit of dust. Immediately after, everyone suddenly felt their bodies loosen. Rimuru had actually retracted the steel wires that filled the council chamber. Then, Rimuru's gaze swept over the empty chair in the center of the council chamber, stained with the fragments of the guards and blood. She frowned imperceptibly, and with a light tap of her toe, she kicked the broken chair away with awe-inspiring force. Clang! The solid wood chair slid several meters across the marble floor, crashing into a pillar with a harsh screech. The bits of flesh and bloodstains on the seat scattered, adding a touch of grim horror to the scene. She then produced a fresh chair and sat down with effortless grace, her posture languid yet radiating an overwhelming aura. Resting an elbow on the armrest, she idly stroked her chin with her fingertips, her eyes slowly sweeping over the terrified ministers who dared not utter a sound. Her tone was as casual as if she were discussing the weather. So, regarding the proposal I just mentioned, who is in favor, and who is against? Those few short words fell upon their ears like a thunderclap. Although she used the word proposal, everyone present knew clearly this was no suggestion up for discussion, it was clearly an ultimatum branded with death. Disagree. Look at the guards outside who had been reduced to shreds, look at the fate of King Edmalus, and consider the invisible threads filling the hall that could easily take a life. Everyone understood that to say the word no would only lead to a gruesome end. A deathly silence spread through the hall for several moments. No one dared to look up, nor did anyone dare to voice even the slightest objection. Finally, an elderly minister with white hair and beard was the first to react, his voice trembling uncontrollably, yet he deliberately raised it. I am in favor. I will strictly follow the orders of the demon lord. With the first person taking the lead, it was as if some invisible shackle had been broken. I also agree. I second the motion. Absolutely no objections. Everything shall be done as the demon lord commands. The chorus of agreement rose one after another, the ministers present vying to declare their stance, terrified that being a step too slow would lead Rimuru to label them as opponents. Their spines were stiff, cold sweat streaming down their bodies. Under the absolute pressure of death, everyone chose to follow their hearts, casting aside their so-called royal dignity and national stance to the winds. Rimuru watched this scene of absolute submission, a nearly imperceptible curve touching the corner of her lips, though her eyes remained calm. She slowly withdrew her gaze and turned to Prince King Edward, who was sitting right beside her, already terrified out of his wits. The moment that gaze fell upon him, King Edward felt as if he had been struck by an invisible sheet of ice. He clearly felt that gaze, heavy with scrutiny and pressure, his heart constricted sharply, as if gripped by a cold, giant hand, making even breathing difficult. His muscles tensed uncontrollably, and he began to tremble violently. His teeth chattered, emitting a soft, clack-clack sound, and he could barely remain seated. He had to grip the armrests with all his might to keep from collapsing onto the floor. Fear surged like a tidal wave from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. King Edward's face was as pale as paper, his vision blurring, all thoughts of the past vanished, leaving behind only an extreme fear of death. He squeezed his eyes shut, his lips trembling, unable to form a single plea for mercy, waiting only for the fatal attack to descend. Rimuru lowered her eyes to gaze at King Edmalus, who was slumped on the throne like a pile of mud. There was not a shred of pity in those golden slit pupils, but rather a hint of near-cruel satisfaction. She slowly withdrew her gaze, passing over the trembling ministers, and landed precisely on a figure in the crowd who was standing particularly stiffly. That was Prince King Edward. He was already drained of color from the bloody scene earlier, and now, locked in the gaze of such supreme pressure, his legs went weak, he nearly collapsed to the floor right then and there, only managing to remain standing by clutching his robes tightly. You must be Prince King Edward. Rimuru's voice remained cold and clear, yet carried an indisputable decisiveness, as if she were issuing an immutable oracle. She raised her hand, pointing vaguely toward King Edward, and every word was clearly branded onto the eardrums of everyone present. From this moment on, you are the new king of the kingdom of Falmouth, to be crowned today. She paused, then glanced at King Edmalus, who had long since passed out from pain on the throne, her tone as casual as if she were discussing a trivial matter. As for King Edmalus, announced to the outside world that he died suddenly of a sudden illness. Upon hearing this, the ministers all gasped. Died of a sudden illness. With such a bloody scene, who would believe this clumsy excuse? Yet, facing the Lord of Monsters before them, they dared not utter even half a no. They could only keep their heads bowed, swallowing all objections back into their stomachs. King Edward opened his mouth, wanting to say something, perhaps a refusal, perhaps a plea for mercy, but under Rimuru's icy gaze, it ultimately dissolved into an inaudible choke, unable to utter even half a syllable. However, Rimuru's demands did not end there. She shifted her tone, which suddenly turned sharper, like a sheet of ice covering the room. making the temperature of the entire council hall seem to drop another 3 degrees. Additionally, issue an order immediately to execute all priests of the luminous church within the kingdom. Leave none alive. Once these words were spoken, the entire assembly was shocked. The luminous church was the state religion of the Western nations, with deeply entrenched influence, especially rooted deep within the kingdom of Falmouth. To execute all the priests now was undoubtedly a declaration of war against the entire luminous church. A few ministers who were followers of the luminous church could no longer hold back. They abruptly looked up, their faces filled with terror and struggle. Just as they were about to speak up to advise against it, they were rendered speechless by Rimaru's next words. Withdraw from the Western nations alliance, and, Rimaru tilted her head slightly, a cold curve touching her lips, her tone light yet carrying the force of thunder, declare war on all nations that believe in the luminous church. If your performance is satisfactory, we can also provide a certain degree of support. This was no longer a simple punishment, it was pushing the kingdom of Falmouth into an abyss of no return. The ministers looked at one another, their eyes filled with despair, yet no one dared to show even a hint of resistance. Finally, Rimaru's gaze swept over everyone present, as if she were conducting a silent sentencing. She took a step forward, the magicals around her body surging slightly, and that invisible pressure made everyone's breath hitch. I will emphasize this once more. We, the Jura Tempest Federation, will be watching your every move at all times. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness, every word deafening and profound. If I can infiltrate this heavily guarded council hall without a sound, I can naturally infiltrate any of your homes with equal ease. At this point, she paused, her gaze sweeping intentionally or otherwise over the scattered pieces of the guards on the floor, her tone as cold as winter ice. If you do not wish for your families to meet the same fate as the guards outside, turning into a pile of meaningless scraps, then behave yourselves and follow my instructions obediently. This naked threat struck every minister's heart like a heavy hammer. They shuddered, daring not to harbor a single stray thought, and could only nod desperately to show their submission. Seeing that everyone had submitted, Rimaru said no more. She gave a slight nod to Soe beside her, and in the next second, their figures seemed to merge into the air. Under the gaze of countless terrified eyes, they disappeared silently and without a trace, as if they had never appeared at all. The council hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. All that remained were the blood and scraps scattered across the floor, emitting a pungent smell of blood. The trembling, anxious ministers, looking at one another, not knowing what to do, and Prince King Edward standing in the center of the crowd. Oh, no, he should be called King Edward now. He stood frozen in place, the expression on his face bizarre to the extreme. Tears welled up in his eyes, yet the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Cry. He had just witnessed a bloody coup with his own eyes, becoming a puppet to be manipulated at will, his path ahead shrouded in darkness. Laugh. The throne he had dreamed of had fallen upon his head so suddenly, without the slightest effort. In the end, these complex emotions intertwined, transforming into a suppressed wail in his throat, half cry, half laugh, that sounded exceptionally desolate in the empty council hall. This primordial black, along with the finger and a host of subordinates, embarked on the journey home in a grand procession, successfully returning to the core capital of the Jura Tempest Federation, the city named after Rimaru. Inside the council chamber, Rimaru sat in the main seat, quietly listening as Diablo enthusiastically reported the entire process of the operation. Upon hearing that Diablo had reduced Clayman's entire castle to ruins just to complete the assassination, Rimaru couldn't help but twitch the corner of their mouth, faint black lines appearing on their forehead, their tone filled with disbelief. You tore down the man's entire castle, and you call this an assassination. Upon hearing this, the aura of pleasure surrounding Diablo instantly dissipated. He instinctively lowered his head, his exquisite face filled with panic and self-reproach, fearing that his methods had been too crude and had failed to satisfy Lord Rimaru. He quickly bowed, his voice tinged with urgent apology. My deepest apologies, Lord Rimaru. It was my lack of consideration. This assassination did not meet your expectations. I am willing to accept punishment. No, 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 your actions exceeded my expectations. I am very satisfied. Rimaru quickly interrupted, feeling both helpless and headache-stricken. They really couldn't understand why this powerful demon always liked to overthink their emotions, becoming so nervous over such trivial matters. Suppressing their inner helplessness, Rimuru's gaze slowly shifted to the back of the crowd, toward the former subordinate of Clayman brought back by Diablo, Majoran, one of the finger. They spoke softly, their tone flat and calm. Are you Majoran? Hearing her name, Majoran slowly raised her head. In those eyes that might have once been lively, there was now no luster, only a numb silence, hollow like a pool of stagnant water. There was no anger, no sorrow, and certainly no desire to survive. It was the indifference of someone who had completely given up. Rimuru gazed at her with a calm expression, feeling no ripples in their heart, their tone remaining cold. 3 years ago, because of your covert infiltration, the Jura Tempest Federation was once on the verge of destruction, and countless compatriots lost their lives. Do you have anything to say about this? Rimuru knew very well that the catastrophe 3 years ago was a conspiracy planned by multiple forces. Even without Majoran's participation, the Jura Tempest Federation would still have faced disaster. But it could not be denied that Majoran had personally participated in this disaster. What was even more chilling was that she had betrayed the trust of everyone in the Jura Tempest Federation. Once, everyone had sincerely regarded her as a comrade in arms, giving her all their kindness and acceptance, yet she had turned around and pushed everyone into an abyss of no return. Facing Rimuru's questioning, Majoran offered no defense, simply shaking her head slightly. Her voice was hoarse and calm, carrying a sense of reckless abandon. I have nothing to say. Please, do it quickly and put an end to me. To everyone's surprise, Rimuru did not immediately order Majoran's execution, nor did they say another word of reproach. They simply waved their hand faintly, instructing the guards beside them. Take Majoran to the dungeon for temporary confinement. We will discuss how to deal with her later. As the words fell, the guards stepped forward, hoisted up the unresisting Majoran, and slowly left the hall, leaving behind a room full of silence and Rimuru's deep, inscrutable gaze. Rimuru's gaze shifted from Majoran and slowly turned toward Yamza, who was standing to the side, silent as a cicada in winter. This subordinate, who once held real power under Clayman, was already scared out of his wits by the previous atmosphere, keeping his head down the entire time, not daring to even breathe loudly. Feeling that cold and sharp gaze land on him, Yamza's body trembled violently, his legs nearly giving out, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Rimuru's tone was flat, yet carried an irresistible pressure, as they slowly asked. How much prestige do you hold in the puppet nation? Yamza shuddered all over, his teeth chattering slightly. Using all his strength to barely steady himself, he bowed and responded stutteringly, his voice filled with uncontrollable panic. Reporting, my lord, my prestige in the puppet nation. I believe, should be second only to Lord Clayman. Most of the soldiers and officials in the country follow my command. He dared not exaggerate, nor did he dare to hide anything, only trembling as he reported the truth, every word carrying a fear for his own life. Rimuru nodded slightly, their eyes devoid of any emotion, and issued a direct order. In that case, go and bring back the main force of the puppet nation for me, and incorporate them under the Jura Tempest Federation. Remember, do not try any tricks, and do not even think about running away or resisting. You cannot afford the consequences. The last lightly spoken warning made the hair on Yamza's body stand on end. He instantly understood the deeper meaning. Yes, my lord. This subordinate obeys. I absolutely dare not harbor any disloyalty. I will set off to handle this immediately. I will never betray your trust. Yamza blurted it out, using all his strength to answer respectfully, his voice trembling slightly from tension, yet carrying the utmost obedience. After receiving Rimuru's tacit approval, Yamza did not dare to stay for another second. He bowed, his footsteps chaotic, and he practically scrambled out of the council chamber, just wanting to escape this suffocating place as quickly as possible and do his utmost to complete the order, in order to save his own life. Having dealt with the matters of Yamza and Majoran, Rimuru slowly raised their eyes, their gaze falling on Adalman to the side, and spoke in a flat tone. As for you, they had intended to arrange a suitable position and task for him based on Adalman's identity and abilities, but before the words could finish, Adalman stepped forward, taking the initiative to bow, his eyes flashing with fanatical and pious light. He spoke first, his tone respectful and filled with eager self-recommendation. Lord Rimuru, this subordinate is Adalman. I previously served as a cardinal in the Luminous Church, having worked deep within the Holy See for many years. I am intimately familiar with its internal structure, logic of operation, and all its secret rules. He slightly raised his head, his gaze burning, full of zeal to request battle. If in the future the Luminous Church dares to send troops to invade our Jura Tempest Federation, or if you, my lord, decide to conquer the Holy See, I implore you to grant permission for my undead legion to serve as the vanguard, to cut through thorns and brambles for you, and to trample over all obstacles. The sudden self-recommendation caused Rimuru to pause slightly. They were not angry at being interrupted, instead, they rested their fingertips against their chin, falling into brief thought. Adalman was originally from the Holy See, having his undead legion as the vanguard would indeed maximize the advantage of taking the initiative. Furthermore, as undead, they were difficult to kill completely, making them a great choice for a war of attrition. This proposal was highly feasible and was the optimal choice for the moment. After finishing their thought, Rimuru nodded slightly, their tone flat but affirmative. Granted. Your proposal is feasible, there will be a place for you to demonstrate your value later. A simple approval, falling into Adalman's ears, was like the sound of heaven. His whole body shook, the excitement and ecstasy suppressed in his heart were about to burst forth. He felt as if he were floating on clouds, trembling slightly with excitement, wishing he could immediately raise his arms and shout. He silently recited in his heart with wild joy, filled with gratitude and admiration, Diablo truly did not deceive me. This Lord Rimuru does not mind my past or identity at all, truly achieving the standard of appointing people based on merit and talent. To be able to follow such a monarch is truly the fortune of my life. Adalman suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and bowed deeply once more, his tone filled with the determination to pledge his life to loyalty, respectfully waiting for Rimuru's next instructions. The atmosphere in the council chamber had just eased due to Adalman's loyalty when Rimuru, with an unintentional glance, caught a highly uncoordinated scene in the corner. They had specifically instructed Diablo to temporarily place the captured high-ranking nine-headed beast at the side of the hall. At this moment, it was lying docilely on the ground, appearing exceptionally well behaved. But Ranga, who should have been guarding by their side, had somehow circled in front of the nine-headed beast. His silver-white fur was standing on end, his fluffy tail puffed up like a feather duster, and he was baring his fangs at the nine-headed beast, emitting a low, woof-woof, warning sound from his throat. Yet that nine-headed beast clearly did not take this threat seriously, even curiously stretching out one of its heads to sniff Ranga, which made Ranga let out another low growl in anger. This tense scene was like a different beast from the calm and reliable Ranga of usual days. Rimuru couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and call out, Ranga, what are you doing? Hearing their leader's voice, Ranga turned his head abruptly, instantly retracting his fangs in hostility. He ran to Rimuru's feet with slightly stiff steps, his massive body somehow squeezing out a bit of a petite posture, and gently rubbed his head against the back of Rimuru's hand. Those golden beast eyes, usually sharp, were now veiled with a layer of moisture. His voice was as aggrieved as an abandoned cub, so pitiful it was shocking. Leader, you can't forget the old just because you have a new favorite. As he spoke, he didn't forget to indignantly turn his head and glare at the innocent nine-headed beast, before leaning back toward Rimuru. His tail hung limply on the ground, his voice becoming increasingly soft and filled with accusation. Isn't it enough to have me by your side? Once these words were out, the hall instantly fell into an eerie silence. Diablo and the others held back their laughter, turning their heads away one by one, pretending to study the beams of the hall. Rimuru was stunned at first, then a flash of inspiration struck their mind, instantly recalling Diablo's report when he returned. At that time, he had said with a look of seeking credit that he had caught a high-ranking nine-headed beast with extremely high bloodline purity for them. It was gifted and just right to be their exclusive pet. So that was it. Rimuru looked at Ranga, who was gazing longingly at them at their feet, and then at the nine-headed beast, which was still clueless at the side of the hall, and helplessly supported their forehead, laughing. So this guy had sensed a crisis, treating this newly captured nine-headed beast as a rival for favor, fearing that because of this fresh monster companion, they would distance themselves from him, the one who had followed them the longest. After completely leaving the territory of the Jura Tempest Federation, Yamza did not follow Rimaru's orders to head to the puppet nation to gather the army. Instead, he turned around and ran desperately toward the deepest part of the great forest of Jura. He knew better than anyone that Clayman was suspicious by nature and would never truly trust any subordinate, let alone hand over real power to anyone else. The so-called task of gathering the army and mobilizing troops was an impossible mission for a middle-level cadre like him who only had a title. The boast he made earlier in front of Rimuru, claiming his prestige in Clayman's faction was second only to the man himself, was nothing more than a lie told in a moment of desperation. He was simply afraid that once this terrifying demon lord before him realized he had no value, he would be erased without hesitation. Now that he had finally escaped the surveillance of the Jura Tempest Federation, Yamza's only thought was to find a secluded corner, unknown to anyone, to hide in. He had a vague premonition that this continent was about to undergo a cataclysmic transformation, and for a small fry like him, only by completely disappearing could he barely hope to save his life. Just as he was sprinting forward with all his might, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged into his heart, as if something was silently following behind him. Yamza's hair stood on end, and he stopped abruptly, drawing the ice-cold magic sword from his waist with a backhand motion. The cold blade emitted a faint chill, and he focused his aura, instantly entering a state of high-alert combat readiness. However, he looked around vigilantly. The dense forest was silent, with only the rustling of wind through the leaves. There were no suspicious figures to be seen, and no hostile fluctuations to be felt. Yamza's tense body relaxed slightly, and he gave a bitter smile to himself. Perhaps it was because of the intense mental stress of the past few days that he had become so paranoid. He slowly sheathed his sword, raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and prepared to set off again, continuing his escape into the depths of the forest. Just as Yamza was about to take a step, a voice as cold as ice and devoid of warmth drifted softly from behind him without warning. Where do you intend to go? That doesn't seem to be the direction of the puppet nation, does it? This voice was like a blade in midwinter, instantly piercing the silence of the forest and stabbing deep into Yamza's heart. It felt as if the blood in his body froze at that moment. He stood frozen in place, his breathing even stopped, his legs felt like they were nailed to the ground, and the strength to turn around was drained away in an instant. He turned his head slowly and stiffly, his pupils contracting sharply. Before he knew it, a Kijin figure dressed in dark clothing was standing silently a few paces behind him. His posture was as straight as a pine, and he was surrounded by a faint aura of shadows. It was Soe, the secret agent under Rimuru. Although the other party was clearly standing there, he seemed to have merged with the shadows, with not a trace of aura leaking out. Had he not spoken, Yamza would not have noticed him even if he died. Answer me, where are you planning to go? Soe's voice sounded again, his tone devoid of any ripples, yet carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression. His cold gaze locked onto Yamza like a physical force, making his hair stand on end as fear spread wildly from the depths of his heart. Yamza was scared out of his wits. Suppressing the raging waves in his heart, he hurriedly squeezed out a flustered and embarrassed smile and began to stammer an explanation. Did I run in the wrong direction? I am truly sorry, truly sorry. I was just so honored to meet the legendary Rimuru-sama that I was too excited and too nervous. In my days, I actually got the direction wrong. I am so muddled. As he spoke, he pretended to be annoyed and patted his own head, trying to hide the panic in his eyes. It's no big deal, I will correct my direction immediately and continue on my way. I absolutely cannot delay the mission personally entrusted by Rimuru-sama. It would be terrible if I messed up the big task. You should head back quickly too, it's getting late, no need to go out of your way for me. Yamza spoke very quickly, and after finishing, he wanted to sidestep and bypass Soe, wanting only to escape this suffocating presence as soon as possible. But Soe did not avert his gaze from beginning to end. Those deep eyes stared at him calmly, his gaze as sharp as a knife, as if it could pierce through all his lies and disguises, staring straight at Yamza until his scalp tingled, a layer of cold sweat oozed from his back, and his hands and feet turned cold. A deathly silence enveloped the two, and the air was so heavy it was suffocating. After a few seconds, Soe slowly broke the suffocating silence, his voice still indifferent, yet carrying an irresistible command. Rimuru-sama was worried that you wouldn't be able to complete the mission alone, so it specially ordered me to come and assist you, and to serve as your guard by the way. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Yamza's pale face, and added indifferently, looking at it now, you really do need my help. Let's go. Subsequently, Soe's slender, pale finger slowly pointed to a secret path deep in the dense forest. His movements were plain, as if he were just an ordinary guide pointing the way, but his gaze remained firmly locked on Yamza's figure, not shifting in the slightest. Yamza's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he swallowed a dry mouthful of saliva with difficulty, a dry sound coming from his throat. He took a deep breath, suppressed the raging waves in his heart, and followed, head bowed and silent. He knew clearly that Soe's words, "You really do need my help," were a dagger hidden in a smile. In the current situation, it was impossible for him to actually go to the puppet nation to gather the troops, that would be jumping into a pit of fire. Being closely monitored by a secret agent like Soe, with every move under the other's nose, was even more suffocating than going to the puppet nation. During the silent sprint, Yamza's brain was running at high speed. He looked around. Although the dense forest could block his vision, it also restricted his movement. A crazy idea took root and sprouted in his heart: take a gamble. As long as he could take out Soe in this moment, he could break this deadlock, and by relying on his familiarity with the terrain, he still had a glimmer of hope. While thinking this, Yamza suddenly exerted force with his feet, and his figure shot out sideways like a ghost. At the same time, he backhandedly drew the ice-cold magic sword, which had drunk countless blood, infused it with all his magicules, and the blade brought out a biting cold light, stabbing fiercely at Soe's chest without a hint of hesitation. Poochie. The magic sword easily pierced into the flesh, but the tactile sensation at that moment made Yamza stiffen. This feeling was too bizarre. He had killed humans and slaughtered monsters. Every time he pierced a body, there was a clear resistance and the soft, collapsing sensation of flesh. But at this moment, the place where the sword pierced felt like empty mist, or perhaps like some solidified mirror surface. There was only slight resistance, but no feedback of warm flesh. The next second, Soe's figure, like morning mist meeting sunlight, turned into dust with a bang and dissipated without a trace. It's a clone. Yamza's heart shook violently. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. He had only one thought at this moment: run. Run as far as possible, he must not stay. However, just as he was about to rush out and was on the verge of darting into the shadows, his figure stiffened, and his steps stopped abruptly in place. A cold premonition of death instantly enveloped his entire body. He suddenly restrained his aura, his muscles tensed, and his eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the surrounding air. One strand, two strands. As his gaze focused, countless steel wires, as thin as hair and transparent as glass, emerged quietly like awakened vipers from every corner of the air, from the gaps in the tree canopy, and from the crevices in the soil, densely weaving into a deadly net that instantly sealed off the space within a few meters of him. Yamza's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. He knew clearly that if he had truly turned and run regardless of everything just now, even if he were a split second faster, these barely visible steel wires would have finished cutting him in an instant. Without any buffer, without any warning, the moment he ran, he would have been minced into countless tiny bloody bits along with his bones, turning into a pile of unrecognizable rotting meat. The shadow of death was gripping his throat tightly at this moment. He braked his momentum abruptly. All scattered aura around him was completely restrained, and every inch of his muscles tensed to the extreme, with subtle tightening sounds coming from his sinews and bones. He held his breath tightly, his originally flustered pupils contracting sharply, and like a hawk, he stared fixedly at the empty air before him, his senses pushed to the limit, not daring to miss even the slightest movement. One strand, two strands. Under his highly focused gaze, those dangerous objects hidden in the cracks of light and shadow finally revealed their tracks. Countless sticky steel wires, as thin as hair and transparent as glass, silently spread out from all directions. Some hung down from the gaps in the intertwined branches, some rose from the damp soil, and some floated in the flowing air, like venomous vipers waking from hibernation, slowly stretching, winding, and intertwining. In just a split second, the dense steel wires wove into an airtight, deadly net, firmly sealing off the space within a few meters of him, leaving no gap for a breakout. The slightest touch would trigger the most brutal strangulation. Biting cold climbed wildly up his spine, and Yamza's back was instantly soaked through with cold sweat. His tight-fitting clothes stuck to his skin, bringing a piercing chill. His heart hammered wildly in his chest, almost breaking through his throat. His hair stood on end, and a primal fear of death swept through his entire body. He realized with absolute clarity that if he had been blinded by fear just now and turned to flee regardless of everything, even if it were only a split second faster, these nearly invisible steel wires would have tightened instantly, cutting him apart with overwhelming force. There would be no room for buffer, no chance to beg for mercy. He would have been ground to pieces by the sharp steel wires in the instant he ran. His bones and flesh turned into splattered, tiny bloody bits, finally becoming a pile of rotting meat whose shape could not even be identified, dying without any dignity. The ink-black shadow of death, like cold iron pincers, gripped his throat tightly, making even breathing extremely difficult. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, but Yamza suddenly raised his head, a flash of ferocity born of desperation crossing his eyes. He stared fixedly at the empty surroundings, gritted his teeth, and roared, his voice filled with the ruthlessness of someone burning their bridges. Do you really think this little trick can kill me? I didn't get to work under Clayman by fawning and flattering. The moment his words fell, he no longer hesitated. His magicule surged wildly throughout his body, all poured into the ice-cold magic sword in his hand. The blade, which was already chilling, now erupted with a blinding cold light, and the ice-blue magic power spread wantonly along the edge, carrying a biting aura capable of freezing everything. He swung his sword horizontally with force, and the vast cold air erupted like a tidal wave, instantly sweeping across the entire net of sticky steel wires. Those thin, deadly steel wires, under the shroud of extreme cold, were covered in thick ice in just an instant, losing their original flexibility. With crisp shattering sounds, they broke inch by inch and disintegrated into the air. While breaking the death net, Soei's figure slowly walked out from the shadow of a tree nearby. His expression remained indifferent, without a hint of surprise, but those deep eyes finally gained a bit of sharpness, as if he were finally looking at his opponent squarely. The next moment, Soei silently drew the twin blades at his waist. The pitch-black blades were hidden in the shadows, carrying no superfluous aura, yet they exuded a heart-palpitating sense of danger. He took a combat stance, his aura tightening abruptly. It was clear he intended to hold nothing back and was going to face Yamza head-on. The thick, almost impenetrable dark green canopy completely blocked the light in the depths of the great forest of Jura, with only scattered, fragmented spots of light barely reaching the humus-covered ground through the gaps in the layers of leaves. Two jet-black figures, fast as ghosts, darted and maneuvered at high speed between the towering ancient trees, creating a whistling sound of breaking wind and throwing the quiet dense forest into an uproar. The sharp clashing of metal was continuous, with blinding flashes of blades weaving and exploding in the dim light. Every collision erupted with terrifying shockwaves. Under this unmatched power, the surrounding thousand-year-old trees, as thick as a person could embrace, were easily severed and shattered, as if a warm blade were cutting through solid butter. The broken wood crashed to the ground, with wood chips and leaves flying everywhere, raising a murky cloud of dust in the forest. Yamza gripped his weapon tightly. The opponent was surrounded by the fierce, demonic aura unique to the ogre race, and he felt a secret chill in his heart. He was not unaware that Kijin were top-tier individuals born of the ogre bloodline, creatures that might not appear even once in hundreds of years, possessing talent and combat power far exceeding their kin. Yet, even with full mental preparation, he was still shocked by the strength of the opponent before him. He never expected that this Kijin could fight him to this extent, not only showing no signs of fatigue but instead attacking with increasing ferocity, pressing him step by step, forcing him to focus entirely on his defense. However, Soei, who was confronting Yamza, had calculations in his mind that were the complete opposite. His eyes, hidden beneath a pitch-black mask, were as cold as ice, and the power of shadows surged quietly around him. Every move and technique concealed the intent of capture. He calmly judged in his heart. The target's strength far exceeded estimates. The plan to capture him completely alive could not be executed. For now, he had to settle for second best, sparing no effort to preserve the target's life. He must take the target alive. In the heat of the battle, Yamza parried Soei's fatal blow with his blade, then twisted his wrist, thrusting his weapon imbued with demonic power directly at the opponent's opening. The moment he was about to launch a counterattack, a chilling sense of crisis suddenly struck from behind. He had no time to turn around, only hearing the sound of air being pierced. Several shuriken gleaming with cold light shot out eerily from the shadows of the dense forest, aiming straight for his vitals. Almost at the same instant, Soei's blade, wrapped in the cold aura of shadows, pursued like a lingering phantom, sealing off all his space for forward evasion. With a blade sealing his throat in front and a dark blade demanding his life from behind, caught in a dilemma, Yamza dared not hold back any longer and finally revealed his trump card, the mirror armband. The secret treasure wrapped around his arm suddenly shone with brilliant radiance. A blinding beam of light shot out from the armband, rapidly coalescing into a shape on the open ground behind Yamza. As the light faded, a clone identical to his original body in appearance, physique, and demonic aura stood there, its strength matching the original. The clone raised its hand and swung its sword. The blade light was so fast that only a silver arc remained. The incoming shuriken were instantly and precisely knocked to the ground, making a crisp sound. But just as a trace of relief surfaced in Yamza's heart, and before he could show any look of triumph, several hidden figures suddenly sprang out from the thick shadows around him. Their aura was exactly the same as Soei's. Holding blades like predatory shadow hunters, they launched a storm-like siege simultaneously against both the original Yamza and his clone. In the brief respite of the battle, Yamza looked at the six pitch-black figures that had suddenly appeared, and his heart sank. He subconsciously assumed that Soei must also possess a rare secret treasure comparable to the mirror armband, or perhaps an even rarer ancient artifact capable of creating things out of thin air. But when the blades clashed again, the moment the sensation of metal collision traveled to his palms, Yamza immediately perceived the flaw. These clones, which looked no different from Soei, had unstable auras, weak strength, and were full of openings in their moves. They were not physical entities created by treasures, but merely skill-based clones manifested by the opponent's own ability, with actual combat strength far inferior to the original. After seeing through this, the apprehension in Yamza's heart instantly vanished. Even though the opponent had the numerical advantage of 6 against 1, in the face of an absolute difference in strength, these superficial clones were simply vulnerable. His demonic aura surged, and the blade in his hand danced into an impenetrable wall of light. His offensive swept out like a storm. In just a few seconds, the 6 Soei clones collapsed one after another under the fierce strikes, turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating in the dense forest. But before the joy of victory could well up in his heart, a bone-chilling cold locked onto Yamza from all directions. He was shocked to discover that none of those defeated were Soei's true body. What made his scalp tingle even more was that the moment the clones were annihilated, he and the clone created by the mirror armband had been, without him realizing it, wrapped and tightly surrounded by dense, pitch-black steel wires gleaming with cold light. The fine threads had been hidden in the light and shadow, and he hadn't noticed them at all until now. This was not the end of the desperate situation. The next second, those steel wires surrounding him suddenly tightened, pulling inward with destructive force, the cold murderous intent piercing straight to his soul. Thread manipulation. 10,000 demon slash. Yamza was both shocked and furious. Without time to think, he immediately unleashed his full demonic aura to launch his strongest counterattack. His blade, imbued with surging demonic power, swept out, instantly cutting and shattering a large portion of the incoming steel wires. But the opponent's threads were endless and exceptionally tough. Even though he tried his best to block, countless steel wires as fine as cow hair broke through his defense and pierced deeply into the flesh of both him and his clone. Intense pain instantly swept through his body. The steel wires, like living things, embedded into his flesh and wrapped around his bones, not only causing severe wounds but also pinning him and his clone firmly in place, unable to move. Just then, the void rippled, and Soei's true body finally stepped out slowly from the shadows. His aura was as cold as ice, and his eyes were without a ripple. He raised his blade and, without the slightest hesitation, a flash of cold light pierced directly through the Yamza clone created by the mirror armband. The clone instantly disintegrated into points of light and vanished. At the same time, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The mirror armband on Yamza's arm cracked with countless fissures, then completely shattered, scattering into fragments all over the ground. Yamza was locked tightly by the pitch-black steel wires, feeling excruciating pain even when breathing, his mangled body struggling violently in midair. By now, he had long lost any of the arrogance he had just shown, leaving only the fear and despair of nearing death. His hoarse voice broke through his throat, sounding exceptionally shrill in the silent forest. I'm sorry, please, please spare my life. He was almost wailing, each word dragging with a long, bloody tone. I just want to survive. I just want to live. Please. As long as you let me live, I can do anything for you. I am willing to submit. I am willing to be your beast of burden. Facing Yamza's tearful plea, Soei's reaction was as cold as ice. He did not retract his offensive, but slowly turned his head. His eyes beneath the mask peered through the darkness, staring fixedly at the opponent before him like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, his tone devoid of any ripple. I will not kill you. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the distant sanctuary collectively known as Rimuru, his voice low and firm. You are still useful to Rimuru-sama. But, speaking to this point, his tone shifted, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. However, for safety's sake, there is truly no need to keep them alive. Before the words fell, the blade in Soei's hand swung out like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, without any hesitation. Accompanied by a few muffled sounds of brittle bones breaking, Yamza's limbs were instantly severed at the roots. The intense pain swallowed his consciousness like a tsunami, and blood gushed out, staining the humus beneath him red. His whole body collapsed like a broken ragdoll, his vision darkening, and he nearly fainted from the pain. Soei leaned down, grabbed Yamza by the back of his collar with one hand, and lifted him up with immense strength. Just as he was about to activate his teleportation ability to return directly to Rimuru, to report, his originally calm movements suddenly paused. Soei looked up abruptly, his gaze piercing through the layers of dense canopy, pointing straight at the firmament covered by the light of the sky. On the originally clear, azure skyline, a brilliant pink meteor suddenly streaked across. The meteor trailed a long, cloud-like tail of flame, moving with incredible speed, carrying a vast and warm energy as it sped straight toward the direction of Rimuru. The light was so dazzling that the shadows in the forest retreated before it. And in that town known as Rimuru, whose aura was currently stable, also keenly captured this abnormal energy fluctuation at almost the same instant. Rimuru frowned slightly, its hands stopped moving, and those clear golden eyes suddenly lifted, its gaze crossing mountains and rivers, precisely looking toward the dazzling pink brilliance in the sky. The sky was suddenly torn apart by a scorching pink meteor, trailing a long tail of light like a runaway star, plummeting straight toward the Jura Tempest Federation. Rimuru gazed at the light, familiar to the very marrow of its bones, and felt a tightness in its chest as countless memories surged up instantly. It couldn't help but recall its first encounter with Milam Nava. She had been just like this back then, like an unreasonable pink meteorite, arrogantly crashing into this land. Had it not reacted quickly enough to teleport her to the outskirts, the burgeoning, vibrant town would likely have been smashed into a shocking crater, reducing all its hard work to ruins. Thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality. Right now, the Jura Tempest Federation had just experienced the fires of war. The town was scarred and devastated, and everyone was working frantically on post-war reconstruction. Every brick and every house had been hard-won. It absolutely could not let their hard-repaired home be destroyed once again. With a thought, Rimuru didn't hesitate in the slightest. It instantly activated spatial transfer, its figure vanishing from the spot and reappearing in the open wilderness far from the town. The pink meteor keenly caught its scent in midair and immediately veered sharply, moving at an outrageous speed, diving toward its location with a whistling wind. It had come within a hair's breadth of smashing into a building that had just been repaired and still smelled brand new, scaring everyone until their hearts were in their throats. Inside the town, the busy monsters and residents were all startled by the sudden loud noise and pressure. They looked up, their faces filled with shock and panic. Yet, in just an instant, many recognized the source of the light. Their expressions shifted from fear to a resigned, familiar understanding. They were all too familiar with that troublesome yet adorable pink meteor. Only Rigurd furrowed his brow, his heart still filled with unease. He knew the destructive power of this uninvited guest well and understood the situation Rimuru was facing alone. He didn't hesitate, immediately turning and dashing toward Rimuru's location, wanting to confirm the situation as soon as possible. The wilderness outside the town was vast and quiet. Rimuru had just finished the spatial transfer and had not yet steadied its footing when the pink meteor, wrapped in gale and heat, followed like a shadow and crashed onto the grass before it. The thunderous sound shook the surroundings. Soil and grass were blasted into the sky by the violent force, and the ground was forcefully smashed into a massive crater. Rolling dust billowed out like a dark cloud, obscuring all vision in the vicinity. Rimuru gazed at the churning gray fog, and the heartstrings that had been taut for so long finally loosened at this moment. It slowly raised a faint, yet incredibly genuine smile. The last time it had shown such an expression was when it learned that the seal on its dear friend Veldora could finally be broken. It was a sense of relief after overcoming long loneliness, the peace of mind of recovering what was lost. And now, this emotion welled up in its heart once again. Long time no see, Milam Nava. Its voice was gentle and calm, cutting through the dust and clearly reaching the depths. The moment the words fell, the thick gray fog was suddenly swept away by an invisible force. Sunlight spilled down once more, and Milam Nava's petite yet dazzling figure appeared before Rimuru. She was still in her familiar outfit, but those eyes, usually bright and fearless, were already soaked with tears, red and heartbreaking. The next second, a dull thud exploded. Milam Nava practically lunged over, carrying the panic and lingering fear of recovering what was lost, and tackled Rimuru onto the soft grass. She hugged it tightly, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The emotions she had suppressed for too long finally broke through at this moment, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Rimuru. I thought I would never see you again. I'm sorry. I couldn't save you back then, I couldn't save everyone. I couldn't even avenge everyone. Sob. Tears soaked Rimuru's body and also struck at the very tip of its heart. Rimuru gently raised its hand, softly stroking her back. Its voice was as light as the wind, yet carried an unquestionable firmness. No, you don't need to apologize for this. I know everything. You didn't make a move because you were being held back by the demon lord Guy Crimson, you had no choice. When mentioning those behind-the-scenes culprits, Rimuru's tone suddenly dropped. It said, almost word for word, through gritted teeth. Everything was plotted by the luminous church and those fools like Clayman. I will definitely make them pay the price they deserve. Milam Nava held Rimuru, heard its vow spoken through gritted teeth and felt the rage surging within its body, rage that threatened to burn away its reason. The tears in her eyes suddenly froze. That familiar feeling of being consumed by hatred made her suddenly recall her past self. A long, long time ago, when her most important companion was mercilessly stripped of life, she too had been blinded by rage. Driven solely by grief and hatred, she had destroyed an entire country, dragging countless innocent people into it and causing an irreparable mistake. She would absolutely not allow Rimuru to walk the same path she had walked back then. Without waiting for Rimuru to say anything more, Milam Nava suddenly raised her hand and punched it squarely in the face. Not too hard, but enough to snap it back to its senses. Immediately after, she reached out and grabbed Rimuru by the collar, shaking it frantically in front of her. Her golden eyes were filled with anxiety and heartache, and she roared in a voice that was choked with tears yet incomparably stern. Rimuru, wake up. Don't let anger consume your heart. Don't forget, there are so many people in this world who care about you, are waiting for you, and rely on you. You are the backbone of the Jura Tempest Federation, the hope of everyone. They have already lost you once, they cannot, and absolutely must not, lose you a second time. This sudden punch left Rimuru stunned on the spot. Its body swayed, and for a moment, it was completely bewildered. The overwhelming rage seemed to be abruptly cut off for an instant. It stared blankly at Milam Nava before it, her eyes red, anxious and angry. It took quite a while for it to fully react, and the emotions piled up in its heart surged up again. It broke free slightly, its voice low and firm, carrying an unshakable resolve. I am very clear-headed, Milam Nava. I am very clear-headed. The luminous church wantonly slaughtered our compatriots, and there is some unknown guy behind the scenes fueling the flames and pressing us step by step. This debt must be settled. Only by completely crushing them, by ensuring they no longer have the power to threaten us, can everyone truly be safe, and can the Jura Tempest Federation truly survive. But no one knew that beneath Rimaru's tough exterior, it was never just anger that occupied its heart. Deeper, heavier, and more suffocating than that, was fear. It was the fear of watching the town turn into scorched earth. It was the fear, deep in its marrow, of the Jura Tempest Federation shattering, of important companions dying again, and of the home it had worked so hard to build disappearing completely from this world. Milam Nava's eyes, which usually sparkled with innocence, were unusually calm at this moment, as if they could pierce through the calm Rimuru was feigning and reach the very depths of his soul. She could see it clearly. Her best friend before her was wrapped in a rage so intense it was almost overflowing, yet beneath that shell of anger hid a massive and profound fear that even Rimuru himself was unwilling to admit or expose to anyone. It was not the fear of a powerful enemy, nor the panic of war, but the despair of fearing loss, of fearing being unable to protect what was cherished, and of fearing that everything he had built with his own hands would turn to ash in an instant. Milam Nava stepped forward gently, her voice extremely soft, filled with unprecedented seriousness and concern. She was no longer the childish girl who only knew how to act spoiled. She was the ancient demon lord, truly standing in the position of a best friend and thinking about his future. Rimuru, I can feel it. Your anger, your hatred, and the fear you are desperately hiding, the one you don't want anyone to notice. I know you are in pain, but if you let revenge cloud your judgment and go down this path to the end, you will truly be walking down a road of no return. Are you sure? Have you really thought this through? She tried to persuade him earnestly, her eyes filled with sincerity, hoping only that Rimuru could temporarily suppress the hostility in his heart, calm down, and not be led by hatred. But Rimuru simply closed his eyes gently, and when he opened them again, there was not a hint of wavering in his golden eyes. He knew Milam Nava was genuinely looking out for him, understood that she was worried about him falling into endless war and slaughter, and was even more aware of the dangerous situation that a complete opposition to the Luminous Church would drag the Jura Tempest Federation into. But he could not retreat. Not even a single step. Milam Nava, I understand everything. I know you are thinking of me, that you don't want me to get involved in endless strife, and don't want me to bear more slaughter and sin. Rimaru's voice was very soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness, every word seeming to be slowly exhaled from the depths of his heart. But on this matter, I cannot listen to you. He lowered his eyes slightly, and what flashed through his mind were the smiling faces of the monsters who trusted him, the innocent play of the children, the defenseless civilians who were ruthlessly burned, and the countless subordinates who gave their all for the Jura Tempest Federation. What the Luminous Church has done is not a conflict of positions at all, but a naked massacre. They slaughtered my citizens, the monsters who trusted me wholeheartedly, relied on me, and entrusted everything to me. They did not ask about good or evil, did not distinguish between the old and young, and simply based on a ridiculous excuse of purifying evil, they wantonly burned children to death, slaughtered civilians, and destroyed the home we worked so hard to build. If I choose to retreat now, choose to turn a blind eye, and choose to pretend that nothing happened for the sake of so-called stability. Rimaru's voice sank slightly, carrying a trace of self-mockery and bone-chilling determination. Then what difference is there between me, the monarch of the Jura Tempest Federation, and a coward who abandons his people to live in dishonor? I once swore to them that I would protect everyone and give them a home where they could live in peace without fear. I cannot break my oath. I am not seeking revenge for the sake of revenge. I want the whole world to remember, whoever dares to touch my people must pay an equal price. Rimuru looked up at Milam Nava, his tone finally carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. It was the first time he frankly admitted the softest and most fragile part of his heart. You are right, I am indeed afraid. I am so afraid I can barely breathe. I fear that everything in the Jura Tempest Federation will be completely destroyed by the Luminous Church. I fear that the people I cherish will leave me one by one, and I fear that in the end, I won't be able to protect anything. But I know even more clearly that retreating cannot buy peace, and forbearance cannot buy tranquility. If I want my citizens to live, if I want to protect our home, the only thing I can do is fight with everything I have. He sighed softly, his gaze gentle yet firm. Milam Nava, you are the most important and cherished friend I have in this world. I never wanted to stand against you, and I certainly don't want to put you in a difficult position. But this matter is not up for negotiation. Just as Rimaru's voice fell, and the air was still filled with heavy and firm stalemate, a hearty and robust male voice suddenly rang out leisurely from behind, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. Milam Nava, I stand with Rimaru on this one. With me in the Jura Tempest Federation, it is clearly a guaranteed win, so why not fight? Rimaru and Milam Nava instinctively turned to look, only to see the storm dragon Veldora standing silently behind them, his eyes bright and sharp, his body faintly radiating the majestic pressure belonging to a true dragon, yet carrying his usual confidence and boldness. The moment she saw who it was, Milam Nava's eyes lit up, and her previous expression of concern was instantly replaced by surprise. She jumped up immediately, her tone filled with obvious joy. Uncle, you're resurrected. She sensed the newly restored, powerful dragon aura on Veldora for a moment, then clapped her hands, nodding as if suddenly enlightened, her tone becoming much lighter. In that case, it seems the Luminous Church really has no chance of winning. A true demon lord, plus a true dragon, looking at it this way, this is indeed a sure victory. However, Milam Nava was happy for only a moment before quickly returning to her serious and mature appearance. She turned to Rimaru, her eyes filled with solemnity, and her tone became earnest. Rimaru, I still hope you will firmly remember one thing. Your true enemies are never those innocent ordinary people who were deceived and used, but the high-ranking members of the church who are hiding behind the scenes, manipulating everything and inciting hatred. After a pause, she lowered her voice a little, as if revealing an extremely important secret, and continued, let me tell you one more thing quietly, there is a non-aggression pact between demon lords. And the luminous church you are facing now, its true ruler, is herself a demon lord. In case any accident happens later and things get out of hand, you can openly declare that the Jura Tempest Federation area is my territory and under my protection. As long as you bring up my name, no matter how dissatisfied they are, they will definitely not dare to attack you easily. After saying this, Milam Nava blinked gently and returned to her usual innocent and reliable appearance, as if she had just casually given the most secure and reassuring guarantee. Rimaru looked at the earnest Milam Nava before him, then looked at the majestic Veldora beside him, who was thumping his chest in assurance. The extreme chill that had been gripping his heart finally began to melt, replaced by a trace of warmth. He let out a soft breath. His purple eyes no longer held only cold determination, they now carried a touch of softness from being protected by friends, yet there was still not a hint of retreat. He first nodded slightly to Veldora, his voice filled with gratitude, yet steady. Veldora, with your words, I am much more at ease. With you in charge, the Jura Tempest Federation truly has gained the strongest barrier. After speaking, he turned back to Milam Nava, his gaze gentle and solemn. Every word was clear and firm, his tone carrying relief as well as the confidence befitting a demon lord. Milam Nava, thank you so much for being willing to go this far for me. That you are willing to stand up and protect me is my greatest fortune. However, Rimaru's gaze lifted slightly, restoring a clear and powerful light, the will that belonged solely to the monarch of the Jura Tempest Federation. I cannot hide under your protection forever. I am Rimaru Tempest, the monarch of the Jura Tempest Federation. I have citizens I must protect and responsibilities I must shoulder. I will fight this battle in my own name and win in the name of the Jura Tempest Federation. Whoever hurts my citizens, I will personally seek justice. I will not put you in a difficult position, nor will I implicate you. But this matter, I must face it myself. He looked at Milam Nava, his eyes sincere and open. With you and Veldora behind me, I have nothing to fear. The coup that Rimaru quietly launched within the kingdom of Falmouth triggered a storm that completely exceeded the expectations of both the Western nations and the Luminous Church. First, the royal family of the Kingdom of Falmouth suddenly announced that King Edmalis had passed away due to sudden illness. While the entire nation was still in shock at the news, Prince Edward quickly held a coronation ceremony and ascended the throne as the new king of the Kingdom of Falmouth. The entire process was clean and swift, without any controversy, and left no room for outside interference. Immediately afterward, the new King Edward issued decrees with lightning speed, publicly declaring that the Kingdom of Falmouth was officially withdrawing from the Western Nations Alliance and unilaterally tearing up all non-aggression pacts signed with neighboring countries. What truly left the nations and the Church in a state of absolute fury and even terror was the final order he issued, a decree requiring the demolition of all Luminous Church churches and the execution of all Luminous Church clergy within the country within 3 months. This was no longer just a diplomatic issue, it was a direct wielding of the butcher's knife against the Luminous Church, trampling the authority of the Church into the mud. In normal times, if it were merely a withdrawal from the alliance or the tearing up of treaties, the Western nations might have symbolically dispatched envoys to negotiate and apply pressure, attempting to salvage the situation. But once this final decree was issued, everyone realized that the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Fearing they might get burned, the various nations immediately issued statements severing all diplomatic, trade, and civilian ties with the Kingdom of Falmouth, dreading being dragged by this foolish and insane new king into the abyss of becoming enemies with the Luminous Church. The strength and foundation of the Luminous Church had long been beyond doubt across the entire Western continent. Even though the Kingdom of Falmouth had accumulated significant economic power through trade and agriculture, standing up against the Holy Empire of Ruberios, which had entrenched itself in the West for centuries and commanded the Holy Knights and the Emperor's personal guard, was still like throwing an egg against a rock. They were far from being a match. At this moment, deep within the solemn and magnificent great cathedral of the Holy Empire of Ruberios, the 10 great saints of the Holy Knights, who were usually scattered and rarely gathered together, had assembled in their entirety for the first time in history. The air was thick with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, as everyone was there to discuss the series of shocking farces recently caused by the Kingdom of Falmouth and the deadly anomalies hidden behind them. Amidst the crowd, the naturally straightforward Ser was the first to lose his patience. He scratched his hair irritably and spoke with a face full of confusion, his tone filled with bewilderment. Seriously, what kind of madness has possessed King Edward? Even if he wanted to break ties with the Western nations, that would be his own country's business, but he had to go and provoke our Luminous Church, even ordering the demolition of churches and the killing of clergy. Isn't this just pure suicide? Who gave him the guts? Beside him, Reynald furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze calm, clearly having spent much time organizing the intelligence. He spoke coolly, his tone steady yet possessing an unquestionable sharpness, directly hitting the core of the issue. I don't think King Edward is foolish to that extent. It is more likely that he has been nothing but a puppet on the stage from the very beginning. The Kingdom of Falmouth has already changed hands in the shadows. Once these words were spoken, a barely perceptible commotion rippled through the surroundings. Reynald paused for a moment, then slowly laid out the key pieces of intelligence. Based on all the clues we have gathered so far, the situation is far more dangerous than it appears on the surface. The army sent by the Kingdom of Falmouth to garrison the capital of the former monster country disappeared mysteriously without any warning. The death of the former King Edmalus is shrouded in suspicion and is definitely not as simple as the reported illness. The destroyed monster country has quietly been restored and is rising at an incredible speed. The military powerhouse, the Dwarf Kingdom of Dworgen, has even directly signed a military alliance with it. Not to mention, the demon lord Clayman was assassinated, and all his territories were annexed by the newly born monster country. He took a deep breath and stated the point that the entire church feared the most. And there is one most important thing, the storm dragon Beldora has been resurrected. After connecting all the clues, Reynald finally reached a conclusion, his voice sinking slightly, synthesizing all of this. The upper echelons of the Kingdom of Falmouth have likely been completely controlled by monster forces, and King Edward is merely a pawn pushed out to execute orders. Listening to Reynald's layered analysis, the burly and straightforward Grigori immediately knitted his brows. Unable to contain his impatience, he asked in a deep voice, if things are really as you say, what are we hesitating for? Why not just assemble the Holy Knights, slaughter our way through the Kingdom of Falmouth, root out that puppet regime controlled by monsters, and then take the opportunity to march into the great forest of Jura and wipe out that monster country once again? Halfway through his sentence, he realized the most thorny problem himself. His tone paused slightly, and he added with a hint of gravity, but if we really wipe out the monster country, how are we supposed to face that storm dragon? Are we supposed to send someone to negotiate with it? Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward Hinata, who was standing at the very front. Before others could debate, Hinata calmly but decisively shook her head, directly rejecting Grigori's seemingly direct and brutal, yet entirely impractical idea. That is not feasible. Her tone was calm, and she analyzed the pros and cons clearly, word by word. The military power of the Kingdom of Falmouth certainly cannot match the coalition formed by our holy knights and the Western nations, but the number of their standing army is still not to be underestimated. If a full-scale war were to break out, it would inevitably fall into a long war of attrition. And do not forget the war from 3 years ago. In the monster country, there was once a general who, under the suppression of the anti-magic barrier, led only 2,000 monster warriors and achieved a terrifying combat record of 1 to 10 against the Falmouth army. Hinata's voice sank slightly, carrying a trace of wariness toward a powerful enemy. If they appear again this time with commanders and monster legions of the same caliber, or even stronger, I do not believe that the same containment and suppression methods will be effective a second time. In addition, the Pegasus Knights of the Dwarf Kingdom of Dworgen are also an elite force capable of changing the course of the war, and they must not be underestimated. Speaking to this point, she paused, her eyes becoming increasingly profound. She threw out the ultimate question that everyone was deliberately avoiding but could not ignore, and the most important point, the storm dragon Veldora. The Great Forest of Jura was originally his territory. Now that the Jura Tempest Federation has risen and grown within it, even annexing the territory of a demon lord, why hasn't the storm dragon destroyed it completely? Just as everyone fell into silence and gravity due to the existence of the storm dragon, a calm and dignified voice suddenly descended slowly from the towering dome of the great cathedral, breaking the silence in the hall. What does it matter if the storm dragon has been resurrected? The voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every corner, carrying unquestionable confidence. With the Holy Knights Captain Hinata present, and paired with the Dragon Buster, what difficulty is there in slaying an evil dragon? The 10 great saints looked up in unison at the sound, gazing toward the top of the hall. They saw that upon the previously empty dome, 3 soft yet holy points of light suddenly lit up. As the light swirled, the space twisted slightly, and 3 figures slowly emerged from the light, standing in midair. The newcomers were none other than 3 of the 7 luminaries, who held prestigious positions in the church and hid behind the scenes. As 3 figures from among the 7 luminaries slowly stepped into the grand hall, the atmosphere of the solemn chamber instantly became stagnant and subtle, as if the air were being compressed layer by layer by an invisible pressure, making even breathing feel heavy. The 10 great saints seated within the hall looked toward the 7 luminaries with expressions filled with complex emotions without exception. Some felt awe, some displayed worship, some viewed them as the benchmark for their lifelong pursuit, and others revered them as the supreme authority of the human world. In the eyes of the vast majority of saints, the 7 luminaries were top-tier powerhouses who protected humanity and suppressed darkness, serving as pillars of spirit worthy of trust and reliance. However, among the saints who shared this attitude, there was only one exception, Hinata. From beginning to end, she gazed at the 7 luminaries before her with a cold and indifferent look. There was no trace of awe or worship in her eyes, only the detachment and distance of someone who had seen through their true nature. For a long time, Hinata had already pierced through the hypocritical masks of the 7 luminaries, those righteous and condescending facades, and seen through the insatiable greedy desires for power and status hidden beneath their grand cause of protecting humanity. On the surface, they maintained justice and majesty, but in the shadows, to solidify their supreme status, they unscrupulously suppressed, ostracized, and even eradicated those gifted and infinitely potential juniors and subordinates who might threaten their positions, placing personal authority above the overall interests of humanity. Precisely because of this, Hinata scoffed at them from the bottom of her heart, leaving only a silent judgment, fools, not worth conspiring with. Furthermore, during the past trials of the 7 luminaries, Hinata, relying on her unique special ability, Usurper, precisely replicated the core powers and secret arts of the 7 luminaries. Now, her true strength already surpassed these so-called top human powerhouses. If it were not for the concern that the lineage of the 7 luminaries had been entrenched in the human camp for many years. With deeply intertwined forces and solid foundations, and that acting rashly would trigger internal turmoil, division, or even civil war within the Western nations and the Church, giving external enemies an opportunity, she would have already personally eradicated these tumors that were entrenched within the human camp and corroding its foundation, reserving only the final respect and restraint for the sun luminary who upheld the righteous path and possessed a great sense of justice. At this moment, the situation within the Great Hall was tense, with strong enemies lurking outside and undercurrents surging within. The entire human world was on the verge of being shaken by the storm. Although Hinata looked upon the seven luminaries with disdain, she secretly hoped that the seven luminaries who appeared in the hall would temporarily set aside their selfish desires and schemes, recognize the imminent and deadly threat, and stop being obsessed with insignificant power, fame, and petty gains. Moreover, they must not destroy their own defenses due to infighting, pushing the entire human world into an abyss of no return. The three masters hovered in the air, looking at Hinata together, and spoke. Hinata, that evil dragon destroyed a prosperous city for no reason hundreds of years ago. Now that he has completed his resurrection, he is bound to become a major threat to all of humanity. As the leader of the Holy Knights, you have the responsibility and the strength to eradicate him. With the addition of this dragon buster, even someone as strong as the storm dragon cannot be your opponent. Saying this, a sword radiating a holy aura appeared before Hinata. Hinata stood in the slightly dim hall, her body shrouded by the three obscure and indistinguishable auras of the seven luminaries. For a moment, she felt somewhat at a loss, and her originally calm and composed mind rarely experienced a trace of disorder. She frowned slightly, and an inexplicable sense of strong incongruity arose in her heart. She felt that these three old immortal geezers had an unconcealed eagerness hidden in their eyes, as if they wanted to push her to the opposite side of the storm dragon Veldora in the next second, wishing to force her into a death match with that legendary dragon species immediately. This deliberate instigation and inducement caused her keen intuition to constantly sound warnings. However, Hinata did not dwell too much on this suspicion. The current situation did not allow her to be distracted by speculating on the sinister intentions of others. She reached out to take the dragon buster handed over by the seven luminaries. When her fingertips touched the cold and domineering dragon attribute suppression magic power on the blade, her eyes sank. Regardless, the most imminent threat to the entire Western Holy Church and even the human camp was undoubtedly the storm dragon, whose strength had become increasingly terrifying after awakening, as well as the Jura Tempest Federation, which was rising strongly again and continuously expanding its influence. Internal suspicion and strife had to be temporarily shelved in the face of this overwhelming crisis. But Hinata ultimately underestimated the viciousness and paranoia of the seven luminaries. She was fully intent on setting aside her prejudices against these so-called masters, and joining forces to deal with the outside world, completely unaware that the other party had never intended to let her go from the very beginning. A conspiracy against her had already been quietly unfolding in the shadows. Meanwhile, deep in the palace of the Kingdom of Falmouth, the atmosphere in the exclusive magic guide area was suppressed to the extreme. Raisin paced back and forth anxiously in the narrow space, covered in cold sweat, so anxious that he almost wanted to pull out his hair by the handful. The chaos churning in his mind brought him to the verge of collapse. When Rimuru secretly supported King Edward to ascend the throne of the Kingdom of Falmouth, Raisin bowed and pledged allegiance on the surface, putting on a posture of complete submission, but secretly harbored rebellion in his heart. He had already planned to secretly contact the Luminous Church, requesting the power of the Holy Church to intervene, attempting to overthrow the puppet regime controlled by Rimuru. But his plan had just begun. The secret letter for help had not yet been truly sent, and the messenger he had carefully selected and secretly dispatched had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. It was not until the next morning that a piece of bad news exploded in Raisin's ears like a thunderclap. The messenger's corpse had been cruelly hung at the entrance of the magic guide area. The corpse was cold, the manner of death was miserable, and it nakedly signaled the provocation and deterrence of the perpetrator. What made him even more terrified was that several court ministers who were usually close to him and shared the same stance had been wiped out overnight, their mansions flowing with blood, with no survivors. This series of bloody means was simply an undisguised death threat, straightforwardly warning him not to act rashly. Raisin was terrified out of his wits by this sudden and ruthless method. Before he could recover from his fear and come up with any countermeasures, King Edward, having learned the whole story, was already scared out of his wits. Almost without any hesitation, he immediately and tremblingly followed all the instructions Rimuru had left behind, executing them meticulously, fearing that the slightest carelessness would lead to the same fate as those ministers. At this moment, the kingdom of Falmouth had already fallen into an unprecedented desperate situation, surrounded by enemies on all sides and teetering on the brink of collapse. The entire country was shrouded in an indelible haze of death. On the west side were the Western nations and the Luminous Church, which regarded the kingdom of Falmouth as treacherous and had completely drawn a line, turning from former protectors and allies into enemies who wished to eradicate them quickly. On the east side was the Jura Tempest Federation, which had a deep blood feud with the kingdom of Falmouth and was always watching them like a tiger watching its prey. The terrifying power under Rimuru's command, capable of shaking the entire continent, was like a sharp blade hanging over the head of the kingdom of Falmouth, which could fall at any moment. Raisin, who was in a desperate situation, saw all this clearly. He knew better than anyone what kind of scheme the Jura Tempest Federation was playing. Rimuru was pushing the kingdom of Falmouth to the forefront, forcing it to confront the Luminous Church head-on, using the military power of the human kingdom and the religious forces to consume each other, leaving both sides battered and exhausted, while the Jura Tempest Federation could sit on the sidelines and reap the benefits. The kingdom of Falmouth was in critical danger, and its survival hung by a thread. The Luminous Church possessed overwhelming holy power, and destroying the now isolated and helpless kingdom of Falmouth would be nothing more than a wave of their hand. As a great mage who had protected this land for hundreds of years, Raisin had dedicated his life to this kingdom, witnessing its rise and fall, honor and disgrace. He resisted from the bottom of his heart and was unwilling to see the land that had nurtured him end up in the tragic fate of national destruction and becoming scorched earth. That helplessness and pain cut through his heart like a sharp blade again and again, making this great mage, who had experienced many storms, feel bone-chilling despair for the first time. After a series of earth-shattering upheavals in the kingdom of Falmouth, the situation across the western nations suddenly tightened, the atmosphere becoming extremely oppressive. Before long, the member states of the western nations convened the Western Council, which would decide the fate of the nations, with the highest standards and at the fastest speed. In the hundreds of years of history of the Western nations, every emergency convening of the Western Council was never a routine matter. It meant that the entire Western continent was about to face a terrifying crisis capable of shaking the foundations of the state or even destroying civilization. It was the final moment when the nations, facing life and death, had to huddle together to make a decision. And this time, the threat they faced was far more dangerous and imminent than any in history. On one side was the Kingdom of Falmouth, an old major power with significant economic strength and population base that held decisive influence among the Western nations. Its turmoil and changes directly affected the political landscape and balance of power of the entire Western continent. On the other side was the Jura Tempest Federation, which had risen strongly like a comet and controlled nearly 50% of the vast territory of the Great Forest of Jura in a short time. What made the nations even more alarmed was that the sphere of influence of the Jura Tempest Federation was still expanding outward at an astonishing speed, its territory, military power, and influence climbing daily, becoming a rapidly growing behemoth beside the Western nations. Besides this, another piece of news that kept all human nations awake at night hung over the Western Council like a dark cloud. The storm dragon Veldora had been resurrected. Although as of now, there was no concrete intelligence or reliable witness on the continent that could prove the storm dragon would actively launch a devastating attack on the Western nations or the Luminous Church, one undeniable fact lay before them. This legendary disaster-class dragon was tacitly allowing the Jura Tempest Federation, which had a nation-destroying blood feud with the Luminous Church, to develop steadily and expand wantonly within its traditional territory. Such an abnormal attitude forced the rulers of the Western nations to feel extreme fear and suspicion. No one dared to be certain whether the storm dragon was secretly protecting the Jura Tempest Federation, and even fewer dared to bet on whether this silent protection would one day turn into a world-destroying storm that would sweep across the entire Western continent. The atmosphere at the meeting venue was so heavy it was nearly frozen, with undercurrents surging between the seats. The monarchs and representatives of small nations with narrow territories and weak strength looked at each other, their eyes filled with anxiety and hesitation. They did not dare to speak easily, only glancing cautiously from time to time at the two most important seats in the venue, the Kingdom of Ingratia and the Holy Empire of Lubulius. Although the Western Council publicly touted the principle of equality among nations and collective consultation, everyone present knew, the ones who could truly make the final decision and sway the overall direction were still the major powers at the top of the hierarchy. The small nations were at best followers and listeners, with little qualification to even raise objections. In the most prominent core seat of the venue, the representatives of the Kingdom of Ingratia, Count Goban and Prince Elric, sat with arrogant postures on luxurious seats, their expressions carrying undisguised haughtiness. They were casual in their posture, their eyes disdainful, as if this emergency council regarding the survival and safety of the Western nations was just an insignificant formality, not taking the imminent crisis to heart at all, fully displaying the arrogance and confidence of an old powerhouse. In stark contrast was the exclusive seat of the Holy Empire of Lubulius on the other side. Holy Emperor Louis had a solemn expression, his body exuding a calm and majestic religious aura, sitting upright, his sharp gaze watching every movement in the venue. The captain of the Holy Knights beside him, Hinata Sakaguchi, sat straight as a spear, her expression cold and solemn, a powerful pressure that made people afraid to approach faintly radiating from her body, clearly taking this meeting that would decide the future of the West extremely seriously, maintaining high vigilance and focus at all times. The chairman sitting in the center seat of the council swept his deep gaze over every tense face in the hall, his tone calm and solemn as he slowly stated the core topic of this emergency council: how to deal with the dual threats posed by the Jura Tempest Federation and the Kingdom of Falmouth, and to finalize the ultimate countermeasure for the Western nations. Before the words fell, this brief calm was completely torn apart. Like a spark thrown into boiling oil, the venue instantly exploded. Successive discussions erupted, rapidly evolving from initial low-voiced arguments to loud disputes. Sharp voices, heavy table slapping, and the light clinking of magic tools intertwined, and the entire council hall was engulfed by intense emotions. Facing the rise of the Jura Tempest Federation and the covetousness of the Kingdom of Falmouth, the Western nations, with their different interests, strength perceptions, and risk assessments, undoubtedly split into two distinct camps, the pro-war faction and the pro-peace faction. In the seats of the pro-war faction, the representatives of the nations all had impassioned expressions, their clenched fists pounding heavily on the smooth stone tables, stating their positions with stern voices. They bluntly stated that although the Kingdom of Falmouth was an old military powerhouse that had stood on the continent for many years, with deep national strength and sufficient troops, and there were even rumors that it had secretly reached an unspeakable cooperation agreement with the Jura Tempest Federation, the Western nations were not loose sand. As long as each country abandoned their prejudices, quickly formed a joint legion, gathered the elite forces of the entire West, and launched a full-scale attack in one go, using overwhelming power to strike directly at the heartland, they would certainly be able to defeat the alliance of the two major forces and completely eliminate the border threat. Their words were radical, firmly believing that the strength of the coalition army was enough to crush all obstacles and regarding war as the only way to solve the threat. In contrast, the representatives of the pro-peace faction had solemn expressions and furrowed brows, refuting the radical remarks of the pro-war faction with a calmer and more prudent attitude. They pointed out in deep voices that the Jura Tempest Federation was by no means an ordinary opponent. The mere fact that it could firmly control 50% of the territory of the Great Forest of Jura was enough to prove that its military strength, magic foundation, and ruling power had reached a terrifying level. What made people even more alarmed was that the legendary storm dragon Veldora had been resurrected, and the entire territory of the Jura Tempest Federation happened to be within the active protection range of this ancient dragon. The terrifying power of the storm dragon had long been engraved in the historical memory of the Western nations. It was a destructive existence capable of destroying a country. If the Western nations rashly sent troops to attack the Jura Tempest Federation, once they angered this unruly dragon, what awaited them would not be the outcome of a war, but a devastating disaster with no power to fight back. Rather than betting the fate of the entire West on a war, it was better to seek diplomatic mediation from the beginning and avoid this crisis that could destroy everything through peace talks. The two camps held their own opinions, and the verbal sparring intensified. From the comparison of national strength and tactical deduction to historical lessons and risk costs, the arguments rose one after another, almost overturning the dome of the council hall. Some glared and slapped the table, standing up, some argued with reason, their words earnest, some representatives even nearly caused a direct conflict due to excessive emotions. Both sides firmly stuck to their positions, presenting facts, reasoning, and listing pros and cons, but neither could convince the other, and neither was willing to take a step back. This endless debate eventually fell into a deadlock, and the two sides, arguing until their faces were red and their voices hoarse, could no longer decide the winner through their own debates. In desperation, the eyes of all the representatives turned in unison to the two most important seats in the council hall, the representatives of the Kingdom of Ingratia and the Holy Empire of Lubelius. As the two top forces with the strongest strength and the heaviest speaking weight among the Western nations, only their attitude and choice could break the current deadlock and set the final tone for this battle or peace dispute concerning the survival of the Western nations. Prince Elric from the Kingdom of Ingratia slowly stood up. He raised his hand to press down, signaling everyone to be quiet. His slightly immature face was now full of unquestionable firmness. Everyone, please calm down. Prince Elric's voice pierced through the noise and clearly reached everyone's ears. I understand that everyone has their own considerations, worrying about the power of Falmouth, fearing the scale of the Jura Tempest Federation, and even fearing the reputation of the Storm Dragon. But here, I want to tell everyone a cruel but only truth. We now have only one choice: fight to the death. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the venue, his eyes carrying an unshakable light. The vast majority of our countries take the Luminous Church as the state religion. Luminous is the guardian of the Western continent and the symbol of order and justice. And the Jura Tempest Federation, this force established by monsters, openly tramples on the teachings of Luminous and erodes human territory. This is an existence of pure evil. In order to protect our faith, to defend our homes and our people, we have no retreat. We must gather all available forces and destroy this source of chaos with thunderous momentum. As the words fell, the whole venue was silent. This statement stood on the high ground of religion and used survival to force them, making many originally hesitant representatives fall into deep thought. Prince Elric did not stop, continuing to add with a resounding voice. Do not feel fear because of the existence of the Storm Dragon. That is merely the lingering prestige of an ancient evil dragon. Our captain of the Holy Knights, Hinata, she has single-handedly killed countless powerful monsters and quelled several chaos caused by monsters. She is the strongest warrior chosen by Luminous. I firmly believe that with the blessing and protection of Luminous, she will be able to show miracles again, kill that evil dragon, and clear the biggest obstacle on our way forward. This impassioned declaration instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the pro-war faction. Many people stood up one after another to echo, shouting slogans of God's protection and fight to the death and never retreat, and the originally deadlocked situation tilted towards war again. Hinata, sitting in her seat, heard these words, but her beautiful brows frowned unconsciously, and a trace of complex and helpless emotion flashed in the depths of her eyes. She had to admit that the Prince Elric in front of her really exceeded her expectations. This prince, who usually looked like a slacker, could have such high awareness at a critical moment, daring to face the cruelty of war, and even pinning all his hopes on her, the captain of the Holy Knights. This courage and responsibility were worthy of her respect. But at the same time, doubts and a trace of anger in her heart also quietly emerged. That being said, why did everyone want her to kill the Storm Dragon? Each of them seemed to think that it was an easy little thing, a trouble that could be solved by relying on the blessings of Luminous. They seemed to have forgotten what kind of earth-shattering power the storm dragon Veldora possessed as a true dragon. 300 years ago, if it hadn't been for that powerful hero who sealed him, where would the Western nations have the stability they have today? Even after being sealed for 300 years, his remaining power was still unfathomable. That was an existence that even the strongest human legion dared not easily provoke. Hinata gently gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist, and a cold touch came from her fingertips. She knew that her strength was indeed top-notch among humans, but to face a real true dragon alone with her current strength was like throwing an egg against a rock. Prince Elric's impassioned speech, to the representatives of the pro-war faction in the audience, was an unquestionable trust in the captain of the Holy Knights, Hinata, and a bold statement of pinning the last hope of the Western nations on this strongest human warrior. But falling into Hinata's ears, every word and sentence revealed a different meaning, making the trace of doubt in her heart instantly surge into heavy vigilance and coldness. She knew very well that from the outside, Elric was praising her strength, putting her in the position of the sharpest sword under Luminous. But she saw through the deliberation and calculation hidden behind these words at a glance. This was not complete trust, let alone a simple entrustment. Under her calm and sharp scrutiny, the words of this prince were exactly the same as the 7 luminaries who had been constantly pressuring her and inciting her to take action. From beginning to end, they were all quietly guiding, paving the way, and expecting her to stand on the opposite side of the storm dragon Veldora, hoping that she would engage in a life or death battle with that evil dragon. Hinata's fingers hanging by her side tightened slightly, her fingertips turning white, and under her calm face, there were already undercurrents. She kept asking herself in her heart, what was the real purpose of these people who held power and controlled the direction of the Western nations? Did they really naively think that with her, they could kill the Storm Dragon, eradicate the Jura Tempest Federation, and return permanent peace to the entire Western continent? Or, under the high-sounding slogans of protecting faith and defending home, were there other plans they were unwilling to speak out? Did they really care about her life and death? Had they really considered the devastating consequences of going to war with the Storm Dragon? Or, had they set up a layout from the beginning, and no matter who won between her and the Storm Dragon, someone else would eventually benefit? This inscrutable intention hidden under trust and praise made Hinata feel a layer of cold alienation, and when she looked at the excited crowd in the council hall, her eyes became even more deep and unfathomable. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.